Somlombo.
Masithandaze. Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and will promote the interest of our people. On magsige God, ons bid dat u gedrende ons vergaderings, ons dino dege wysheid sal gee, en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou, en dat u ons sal help om ons tekortkominge te oorkom, en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikelela Nkosi ilizwe lethu nabantu banu. Inike uxolo umisele ukulunga Nkosi kwiphondo lethu. Nkosi sikelela iAfrika. Gcina abantwana bayo. Khokhela Nkosi inkokheli zayo. Inike uxolo Nkosi iAfrika. All this we beg in your most holy name. Amen. You may all be seated. Order, honorable members. As you know, we are seated here, some of us remotely, and some of us in the chamber, and the House sitting is therefore a hybrid session. I would like to request the honorable members as per the directives that guide us,
Speaker
that
is Member
we,
Brankes.
Honorable Brenkes, is
Yes,
that a point
Speaker.
of order?
Yes, I don't have any pictures. I don't have any video pictures.
Don't have pictures.
I can't see you, Speaker, if it explains it.
Thank you, Honorable Brenkes. May I request the honorable members to confirm whether everyone cannot see me virtually?
We can see you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Brenkes, that takes us back to your table there. You need to fix your device, maybe switch on the camera there so that you can see me. I don't know what the technicalities could be on your side. I will thus proceed. Honorable members, as I was indicating to the House that what we have in terms of the directives, which we have been since the beginning of the virtual platform utilizing, which were published on the 17th of April 2020. And I just need to say to the honorable members, if you want to say anything, you have to indicate by raising your hand or indicating in the chat room. And we have obviously members in the gallery, and that is the media. We wish to request to the media that as a guest of us, we appreciate the Fourth Estate and how we've been working together in these virtual platforms. And now we've arrived at the hybrid platforms. Your microphones and your cameras must remain on mute for the duration of the session. At this point then, honorable members, I wish to indicate that we'll be dealing with interpellations as they appear in the order paper. The interpellation one is the interpellation by Honorable Makamba Bokia to the Minister of Human Settlements. I will then recognize the Honorable Minister Simars. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to Member Mukamba Butya for the question. The A part of your question, Honorable Minister, I am certain the member might appreciate the fact that my department is largely reliant on the Human Settlements Development Grant to deliver the much needed housing opportunities to our residents. The grant is dispersed to me and to our province by my National Department of Human Settlements. When President Ramaphosa announced a 500 billion rand COVID relief fund, of which 130 billion rand will be spent in the current 2020-2021 financial year, funding had to be reprioritized from current government programs and projects. Regrettably, Honourable Member, through the Speaker, we were not immune from this reprioritization exercise, and as a consequence, in June 2020, we received official correspondence from the National Department of Human Settlements that our current budget allocation for the HSDG would be reduced by 202.265 million rand. It is worth noting that we had already taken a budget cut of 100 million rand earlier in the year. In addition, the Title Deed Restoration Grant, or the TRG, was also reduced by 44.432 million rand. But, Honourable Speaker, to the member, as a forward-thinking department, we put our heads together in a short space of time and revised our current business plan and reprioritized current and future pipeline projects. In the past weeks, my team and I have crisscrossed the province in district formats, engaging local and district municipalities on the implications of these budget cuts to their projects, which is current, but also, once again, on their planning phases within our pipeline as well, Honourable Speaker. But Speaker, in spite of these somber news, innovative thinking was ignited within my team due to this. And as a result, we are reviewing certain aspects of the current delivery model across our province to ensure that we can still deliver on our mandate of providing sustainable human settlement opportunities in its various formats in our province. And as we speak, we are busy championing a number of innovative solutions, once again also engaging the private sector, but also our key stakeholder municipalities to deliver these much needed housing opportunities through these innovative solutions that we are looking at, Honourable Speaker. The B part of the question, Honourable Speaker, is that the net impact of this massive reduction is that fewer housing opportunities will be available in our province within the current financial year. To put that into perspective to the Honourable Member, the budget cut equates to nearly 1/3 of our envisaged opportunities for the current year that will be lost. And to put it in some simplistic terms and to add a value to that, Honourable Speaker, to the member, we are looking at an estimated reduction of 1,600 top structures or 4,000 service sites, or even a combination of both to remain within our current budget quantum. In addition to this impact, the current surge of illegal land invasions across our province is concerning, Honourable Speaker, as we now also need to spend enormous amounts of money to prevent and safeguard illegal invasions, firstly of our current housing stock or units and land earmarked for projects. These resources are being taken from the current budget, which has already been cut, and this means, Honourable Speaker, through you to the member, that we will be delivering even less housing opportunities. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, I now recognize Honourable Makamba Botja.
Thank you, Speaker, and thanks to the Minister with his response. There seems to be a trend that is developing within the Western Cape under the DA-led government structures, where money intended for housing provision is either sacrificed for something else or an excuse is found for that money not to be used for the intended purpose. Recently, more than 200 million intended for the housing provision was sacrificed within your department. The same thing is taking place in the state of Cape Town, which failed to spend 520 million of its capital budget for the upgrading of informal settlement in the province. This is part of the housing grant, the undergrading of informal settlement in the province, which the city received from both national and provincial government. So a pattern is developing here where both the city and the provincial government finds excuses and choose not to use the money to help the poorest of the people. Early this year, your department, together with the National Minister of Human Settlement, promised to enter into a joint venture to de-densify congested informal settlements such as Greater Kosovo and Danone in order to mitigate against the spread of the coronavirus in the area. We are approaching the end of August now, and soon this year will be over without much being done. The residents in these areas have often complained about how the government is dragging its feet when it comes to fulfilling what is promised to them. These poor communities and others are currently battling with bad weather as a result of recent strong winds and rain due to the current cold front. On Tuesday, the majority of these poor people were driven into the street as a result of floods sweeping their shacks as they had nowhere else to go in the middle of the deadly coronavirus pandemic. So in the light of the above, the fact that your government has now decreased the housing budget in the province, what steps did your department take to assist these residents in the informal settlement? And number two, how far is the disinfection project that your department announced early this year to assist the people of Greater Kosovo and Danone? I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Makamba Botja. Honourable members, I don't know who's driving a truck, but there seems to be someone in the truck somewhere. The sound was a bit disturbing. So I may just request to the honourable members again, if I may, that you please look at your microphone. If it is on, it is going to disturb other members as they speak. It also disrupts the entire sitting. So please watch your microphone as we proceed with the sitting. At this stage, honorable members, yeah, the sound is back. So just excuse me, honorable members, with your indulgence. We'll have to wait a bit. Just give me a minute or so. The sound is back.
I think somebody is speaking from a traffic parking area.
If the Honorable Premier was not in the house, I would say he's drilling. We are making progress, honorable members. There's a drilling that is taking place here in the closer to the chamber, so we're trying to attend to that. Honorable members, we're back. I wish to request the Honorable Member Maseko to take the podium.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, national government has substantially cut grant funding to the province's human settlements budget. Compounding the situation, we have the challenge of National Public Works, which has not released land to the Housing Development Agency for further housing opportunities by relevant municipalities and the province. In light of this backdrop, and with regards to the deferred ownership program, how is this being managed as a potential mitigating factor? As members of the House, it is also our responsibility to set a good example for cooperation, community support, and upliftment of the poor. Our actions have repercussions because, as leaders, our constituents oftentimes note our behavior and take their cue as such. We should therefore be mindful of the influence we have and use this for the greatest possible good. The question is, considering this, how could members change certain behaviors so as to not encourage illegal activities such as land invasions and violations of COVID-19 lockdown regulations? If such behavior is changed, would it possibly contribute to the freeing up of public funds for real housing opportunities to beneficiaries who have been on the housing list for many years, in some cases? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Masego. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the human settlement budget, exclusively funded by conditional grants, with not a cent contributed by this government from its own sources, will never address the housing backlog. This government plods along, celebrating the development of a few thousand houses a year, while the backlog sits at 600,000 and grows at a pace that outstrips supply. If we are to meet the challenge and make a dent in the housing crisis, this government will have to embrace its constitutional role to provide decent housing, and it will have to innovate. Until the provincial government sees that leveraging well-located and high-value public land to incentivize the public sector to contribute to the delivery of affordable housing, we are doomed to fail, and this government will continue to rely on the blame game to distract us. Exactly a year ago, Mayor Dan Plato cancelled 5 inner-city housing projects that leveraged well-located land to provide 4,000 affordable housing units in the inner city, including at least 2,000 social housing units. Those 5 city sites still lie vacant and unused. Last year, the Premier committed to this House that he would settle the Tafelberg litigation. He did not want the sale of Tafelberg School to overshadow his term of office. The Tafelberg School site should have been used for social housing in Sea Point. The Premier did not settle that dispute, and we now await the judgment of the High Court, which was asked to review and set aside the sale. Desperate homeless people literally have to drag this government kicking and screaming to the table of common sense. The Western Cape had its housing budget cut. Whatever the arguments about the merits of the cuts and the obvious consequences are, the fact remains that this government can change the housing delivery trajectory if it is willing to do so. To do so without contributing direct funding will require a different attitude to public land. Can the Minister commit to turning the page on this government's attitude to land and start to consider how public land can be leveraged to supplement the delivery of housing under the National Housing Programme? The Minister mentions innovative solutions.
Honorable
What are they?
Heron, I'm
you.
afraid your time is up now, sir. Thank you very much, Honorable Heron. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Lily.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a shame if it is not a case from this Department of Human Settlement. I mean, what motivated the budget decrease of more than 225.8 million for the housing development project in his department for this financial year? And what impact will such a budget cut have on the provision of proper housing in the province? In the past few weeks, we witnessed another wave of violent service delivery protests characterized by barricading of roads and burning of vehicles and property. We condemn such actions, but we cannot take away the genuine concerns and anger of the people. The systemic and underdevelopment of working class communities characterized by budget cuts and underspending for critical programs such as human settlement and the USDGs has been a permanent feature of DA misrule both in the province and many municipalities. During the debates on the budget adjustments, I exposed how the DA is not investing the equitable share for housing development and depends only on conditional grants for building of houses. It then blames all budget cuts on the so-called national government when it is the DA not putting the money where its big mouth is. As a result, many housing development.
Thank you, Honorable Lily. Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Now, honorable members, I recognize the Honorable Makamba Pocha.
Thank you, Speaker. Instead of advancing for cooperative governance as the South African Constitution requires, the department seems to be very lost and appears to be very much disjointed in its efforts to work and assist municipalities in their duty to advance and realize the rights of the poor to access housing. In Drakenstein, the poor residents are even forced to take the municipality to court in order to fulfill its duty of making provision for emergency housing for the poorest of the poor. Recently, before the Western Cape High Court was the case of poor farm dwellers, Eric Lolo, who took the Drakenstein municipality to court so that it can execute its duties of making provision for emergency housing in the area. But likewise, instead of the municipality assisting these poor residents, it would rather go to court and raise one excuse after another. This is a municipality that deems 4.2 million to be more than enough for the provision of housing. The same municipality which in 2013 to 2016 allocated 1 million each year for emergency housing. This municipality does not take people seriously. So now, what is the department doing to assist municipalities such as Drakenstein to have adequate funding for the emergency housing? And secondly, can the minister's department supply us with the list of projects that were intended to build housing that are delayed or on hold or even before the lockdown? Can the minister supply us with that information with the reasons as to why there are so many delays in these housing projects? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Boja. Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Minister.
Oh, thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the members for the questions. And before I'm going to refer to each member's specific input and questions, I would just like to comment, as I did when we tabled the budget earlier in the year for my department, but also the special adjustment budget, that as much as many members seem to focus only on the metro area, Honourable Speaker, my department has got various projects set out across 24 other municipalities in this province, which also seeks to integrate communities through these projects. And I just need to put that in context, because seemingly whenever we are confronted with questions in the House, many of these questions relate to one specific municipality. Many a times I would really wonder and wish that members actually start attending and accompanying the standing committee on their oversight visits to the other municipalities, instead of finding ways not to attend these oversight visits, as has happened earlier in this week, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, to Member Makamba Botja, I first need to re-emphasize that the HSDG grant is a national grant. When there are reductions, it is communicated through to our department what these reductions will be in terms of the HSDG grant, and hence the 200 million which we referred to is actually 202.265 million rand, which we were communicated to in June from the National Department, which is our allocation reduction for the current financial year, Honourable Speaker. Just like earlier in the year, we were also informed by the National Department of 100 million rand reduction in the HSDG allocation, Honourable Speaker. So I would just like to put that into context to the member that our provincial government and the party that governs this province has nothing to do with national allocations. That can only happen once we govern at the national level. Pertaining to initiatives from our department, Speaker, and I believe this will touch on to some of the questions which Member Heron himself also has asked, what are these innovations to change the trajectory? So I will lump that together as well. In my original response, I referred to that we were championing a number of innovative solutions, obviously with the assistance of the private sector, and also engaging our municipalities to see how we can together in partnership deliver the much needed housing opportunities, because the 2 out years also will have a downward budgetary allocation to my department. And I'll just use one program, Honourable Speaker, to highlight the forms of innovation that we are embarking on. Firstly, we are focusing and championing at the moment a process of deferred ownership. In layman's terms, this is your rent to buy or your rent to own, honourable members. And furthermore, at a recent special MINMEC, Minister Sisulu also announced that to ensure that we can deliver affordable and sufficient housing opportunities, that we need to focus on enhanced service sites to ensure that we can ultimately deliver within the budget quantum available to all provinces, because we are not the only province that received a reduction, I have to emphasize, Honourable Speaker. Now, Honourable Speaker, as a provincial department, we have heeded to the call even before the minister made it, because we were obviously confronted with the reality that the money will get less and the opportunities will need to be ensured in the Western Cape. And as such, we are busy looking at the Western Cape's enhanced service site package, which we will be engaging on and discussing with the local municipalities in due course, Honourable Speaker, because once we engage our partners at local government level, we want to ensure that they've got a clear direction and where we are going. This is but some of the initiatives.
Thank you. Thank
Speaker.
you, Honourable Minister. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that concludes interpellation number 1. And I want to thank the honourable members and the honourable Minister Simers. At this stage, we consider the interpellation by Honorable Christians to the Minister of Community Safety. I recognize Minister Fritz.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Good afternoon to all the members, to our sign language interpreters. Thank you, Mr. Christians, Honorable Christians, for your question. The first part of the question is that a funding model as implemented by the Department of Community Safety is applicable to all accredited neighborhood watch structures. All structures can access their and receive their allocation of 10,000 Rand. The funds are applied towards the operational and administrative costs associated with the running of volunteer structure and organizations. And I emphasize volunteer structures and organizations. These are not full-time people. These people are offering their time to go and patrol their roads at night. They don't have a contractual relationship in terms of work with us. It's really a volunteer organization. Our experiences, Mr. Speaker, currently is that not all neighborhood watches in the more affluent areas apply for the funding available, and because they have many other funding generators that self-sustain them, communities that contribute to their coffers. And further, it can also be noted that the neighborhood watches could partner and participate in projects that receive the support and funding from a range of sources, including the department. And in this regard, I want to say in many areas, businesses also support neighborhood watches, you know, and specifically in poorer areas, but in other areas, they do it through perhaps collections or whatever. This will be a project-based funding, not to be confused with the 10,000 allocation. And I think I just need to say that where we have neighborhood watch partner and they participate in projects, Mr. Speaker, we then fund them for the project that they are working on. And I think an example was now when we did a COVID in Kailicha. We have now started to fund the neighborhood watch for that project. And we are about to come to other areas now doing project-based funding for neighborhood watches. The B part of that question was the department is not specifically looking at any other funding structures to assist neighborhood watches, but will continue to assist neighborhood watches by resourcing their training needs and ensuring their involvement and partnership in community projects to enhance community safety. And in this regard, I want to say our neighborhood watches is already playing and they are going to play an important part in the safety plan. We hope to take them to the next level of professionalism. And I've just had a meeting with the police this morning where we're looking at how do we actually take the neighborhood watches to a far more professional level. But again, always as a volunteer organization, we just don't have money to fund and to fund a whole lot of permanent people working permanently. These are volunteer organizations along the line of the Sea Rescue Institute. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the Minister for that answer. Speaker, the reason I ask this question is because there is areas that we know that's hotspots when it comes to crime. And in those poorer communities, people are usually unemployed and they volunteer, as the Minister said, their services. And as I mentioned previously, when the schools had the walking bus, the people of the neighborhood watches came to me and said, we're going to the walking bus because we get the stipend at the walking bus and we get nothing at the neighborhood watch. So I'm talking about those poor communities that people just, you know, a stipend will do, but all they get, like the Minister said, that the 10,000 is available. But let me just reiterate the point. If you look at Nyanga is one of the most poorest areas, and there's approximately a 60% unemployment rate. and yet it stays the murder capital of South Africa, followed by Delft and Khayelitsha. Now, these people, they love the communities, but many of them are unemployed, and they do it because they love the communities. They know the people, they know the crooks, they know, and the community feels safe in Mitchell's Plain in Delft when they see the neighborhood watches, because we know in for instance, in Nyanga, the ratio, there's about 200,000 people, only 349 policemen. So it's a ratio from 1 to 573. So there is not sufficient police, and we can complain that we don't have, but as a province, we must look at how can we help to assist these hotspots. And as I say, it's so, and I hear what the minister say about voluntary, but there's a lot of people that want to do it, but they are lured because of this hawking bus that gives a stipend. And I'm not talking about permanent positions. I'm talking about when can the department look at a structure that many other areas, they have their own private security firms, they have everything. And then you have neighborhood watch structures that have absolutely nothing. And I'm talking about those guys. If we are serious about stopping crime, if we are about serious of getting the community involved, these citizens, it empowers them at least, because they prevent crime and they go where there's hotspots. They're not scared. They're unarmed. But I'm asking the minister to look at the structure. So where we have impoverished communities, people that does it because they love the community, protecting their property, hawking people to the station, ladies hawking them from their home to the stations. They do wonderful work. So I'm asking the minister, how can, what can
Thank
the
you,
department do?
Honorable Christians. Your time is up. You will get a second bite with your interpellation. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, the Neighbourhood Watch play a very important role in keeping our community safe, and the ongoing support programs by the Department of Community Safety is a crucial component towards the optimal functioning of neighbourhood watches. Here in the Western Cape, the Neighbourhood Watch accreditation program is extremely unique to the Western Cape government, and their contribution obviously to community safety being and ears on the ground, especially in a province with an under-resourced South African police service. Speaker, through you to the minister, regarding neighbourhood watches, in understanding that they are a beacon of light in communities that are plagued by gang-related violence and lawlessness, I want to know from the minister in which communities is the neighbourhood Safety Improve Volunteers project, where COVID-19 relief measures are being implemented, and what measures are in place to ensure that neighbourhood watches deployed through this project are held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Allen. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Speaker. The view of the ANC is known to all when it comes to community crime fighting structures. Our view is that crime is not only a police responsibility, and that communities have a role to play. When the ANC governed, it made use of the Bambanani program, mobilized resources outside of government coffers to get more community members involved in the fight against crime. This remains our view to this day. However, we are vehemently opposed to how the DA government has turned this around to use the neighborhood watches as DA watchdogs in the party's strongholds. In the same way they use the law enforcement agency as an alternative police force, the DA uses the neighborhood watches as parallel structures to the CPFs. The ANC is not only opposed to the financing structure of the neighborhood watches, but the overall structure of the neighborhood watches, which is designed to suit the DA agenda to keep leafy suburbs safe at the expense of service to the poor black areas. While we note the importance of all requirements put in place to ensure accountability, let us not be oblivious to the fact that the very same requirements are used to the detriment of neighborhood watches found in poor working class communities. The beneficiaries of the Department of Community Safety Neighborhood Watch are the vigilante groups found in leafy suburbs, armed to the teeth and conducting policing duties with no constitutional mandate. Funds are also diverted to these vigilante groups at the expense of community policing forums, which exist through an act under the Constitution. In the recent special adjustments, we saw how 0 CPFs were funded for this year, while additional resources are shifted to neighborhood watches. Why is the department not prioritizing CPFs and focus on their healthy functioning as they present a greater community participation?
Honorable Kama, we are losing you there, but your time is also compromised. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm really not playing. I don't want to play politics. I'm really looking at trying to have some solutions to what we are facing. Speaker, the other day, I spoke to, we go around and we speak to different communities. And in Mitchell's Plain, when I spoke to the neighborhood watch there, these people were unemployed and yet they patrol the streets. And I know some of the people, their structure is like that, where they get a stipend. It depends from, of course, neighborhood watches to neighborhood watches, and some of them do have get a stipend. But I really think, and this is our point of view, that the neighborhood watch is a tool really to reduce crime, and it's going to be in line with the community safety plan, because the minister said it over and over again. They want to reduce crime, half it in the next 10 years. And I'm looking at solutions, how to take it further. We can't have a suburb or a township year after year the highest murder rate. Nyanga, we can't have that. So something needs to be done. We can't have Delft and lawlessness and all over. I've been to Manenberg the other day as well. We cannot have this lawlessness. And there's so many people that's unemployed. Speaker, I'm asking the minister to look at this and see how they can assist the communities that really wants to help and see reduce crime. As their daughters walking to the bus stops, as their sons being killed. Just last night I heard again one of the youngsters that grew up there in Manenberg was shot. And this is going on. It's an ongoing thing. I'm asking the minister just to think and to really look at the structure. So where help is needed, that they give more resources to those people that need it most. And I'm sure we will be able to reduce crime in those townships. It's only one area. We know it's also aspects. Really just concentrating on the neighborhood watches today, because I think we have a tool where we can reduce crime and make a difference in our communities. So, Minister, please, I am not, I'm just trying to look at the possible solutions that we have safer communities when it comes to Bondiville, Manenberg, Khayelitsha, all these places that's hotspots, that we just have some kind of approach and use this neighborhood watch tool to reduce the crime in those areas. It's our children being killed. It's our girls and that's got molested and raped. So I'm just asking the minister to please reconsider. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Minister Fritz.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to start off by addressing Honorable Christians directly. And I think it's so important, some of the comments he makes, and that is the reason why we as the Western Cape Cabinet, we have identified safety, jobs, human dignity, and well-being as the three central core areas. Now, I can tell you, to the Honorable Christians, I wish we had the buckets full of money, as one of my colleagues always put it, so that we can actually appoint everyone. We don't even need volunteer organizations. We would appoint everyone. Let us just also be realistic. And I want to just say, I completely agree with, he knows I agree completely with the Honorable Christian's sentiments. Around that. I think, it is my submission, and I will say it because I think it is a critical mistake the city made when they started paying stipends to volunteer individuals, to people who are supposed to be volunteers, who's doing it in the public spirited issue, and then created that tension between people competing to be a walking bus or a neighborhood watch, and no one wanted to be a neighbor because it's volunteerism is the issue. And where we are now, as I said and indicated, each neighborhood watch will get their 10,000 rand on start, and if they do projects, and this is the beauty, and we spoke to Honorable Minister Debbie Schaefer, where we said to her, a lot of schools were, for instance, vandalized. Unfortunately, Mr. Kama's great organization, the minister, clearly banned neighborhood watches during COVID, because more than 200 and odd schools were vandalized during the COVID in the Western Cape. And we could have used neighborhood watches to protect those schools, and we would have paid them a project fund, X amount of money for project, and they can decide how they want to use that. And I think it's an important point. And I think this principle of volunteerism, and where people are paid, or where people have a contractual relationship with us because you pay them a stipend, it's still even not a lot, but as you said, many people can put bread on the table. So I think we will continue to focus on getting neighborhood watches to the next level. We will continue to, even from, as we try to recruit for specifically the LEAP project, people from the ranks of the neighborhood watch, so they can move into more but then the relationship change and the conditions change. Then they're not they're not volunteers. Then they become employees, and that's the difference. Thirdly, I want to just say also to Honorable Allen, we will continue with the COVID approach in many of the crime hotspots. We will focus again on those hotspots where departments will be responsible for a hotspot, and we will pump every hotspot full of resources that we have, the available resources that we have. Remember, we had to also take cuts now during COVID, and we are continuing to take cuts. The country is bankrupt. I think if we have a money machine somewhere and start printing money, perhaps we can pay the neighborhood watches from that money, starting to print a lot of money somewhere. Honorable Kama, come with the same song. Now, I must say, he makes some interesting point, but I say to my staff, you can preempt what he's going to say, and it's identical. The whole thing of Bambananis, they used to wash the school principal's car. That's what they used to do at schools. There was safety in some places, but in most of the times, there was a board that were used to wash the cars, and they were given to ANC activists. And I really want to take issue with the Honorable Kama.
Honorable
We don't
Minister,
use neighborhood watches as political tools.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Emphasize that.
Your time is up, Honorable Minister.
Thank
you. Thank you. Honorable members, now we move to, that concludes interpellation number 2. And now we move to interpellation number 3. And that is Honorable Bagubagu Force to the Minister of Social Development. I now recognize Minister Fernandez.
Good afternoon, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, members. I wish to thank the Honourable Member Bakubaku Foss for a question which talks to preventative programs that are available to protect women. In response to the Honourable Member, the Department of Social Development's Victim Empowerment Program, otherwise known as VP, funds service organizations to conduct gender-based violence educational workshops in communities with a special focus on men and youth. These workshops aim to address a range of factors that lead to gender-based violence. Topics include understanding how patriarchal norms promote violence, power and control, and also reinforcing positive expressions of masculinity, gender equality, and addressing needs of victimization of the LGBTQIA+ community. Honourable Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, you are, Honourable Minister, very clear.
Thank you. Then I'll proceed. The workshops also focus on empowering women to understand legislation and their rights, facilitating access to the justice system, and most importantly, identification of resources in the community. Economic empowerment programs are offered in GBV shelters to promote economic independence of women who need to leave abusive partners. The department also funds court-ordered diversion programs for perpetrators of gender-based violence and their victims on a tertiary prevention level to avert recurrences of criminal activities and to empower their victims. The programs for perpetrators and victims, we have a restorative group conferencing, we have victim offender mediation, and family group conferencing. There's a mediated intervention consisting of individual assessments, psychosocial counseling, that is individual and joint, and aftercare support. The program for victims, Honourable Speaker, the Shine Victim Empowerment Program, is a post-traumatic growth and empowerment program for female victims who were emotionally and or physically abused. And in addition, victims are seen individually, focusing on past trauma interventions conducted as group and individual sessions. We have also our Women COVID-19 Survivors Group that is linked to GBV. DSD has recently partnered with the 1000 Women's Trust, an NPO that fights against gender-based violence, and this training and support is done via WhatsApp. The programs for perpetrators, Honourable Speaker, the Silence the Violence program, and the program for perpetrators of intimate partner violence. These are intensive, specialized programs based on cognitive behavior modification principles to equip the participant with the tools to understand and manage violent behaviors. There are substance abuse programs which provide psychosocial and emotional education regarding substance use and the consequences on behavior and referrals for more long-term and intensive treatment options. Just in terms of the first quarter for 2021, Honourable Speaker, the following services were rendered. Victims of gender-based violence accessing psychosocial support, including NGOs, was 1,995. Victims of crime and violence accessing support, 47. Human trafficking victims and their children who access support, 9. And then victims of crime and violence.
Honourable Minister, your time is up.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable members, I now recognize Honourable Baku Force.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, the 2019-2020 crime stats has showed that sexual offences increased by 3.7%. This includes rape, with increase by 4.9%, and sexual assault, which increased by 8.7% in the Western Cape. These are thousands of innocent women and children that have suffered deep emotional scars as a result of being violated by ruthless male who are always preying on young, unsuspecting women and children. Thirdly, some of these victims suffered at the hands of their intimate partners and those known to them. The latest victim of the spate of violence against women in the Western Cape is Miss Noma Kolwa Jan from Didorens, who succumbed for her injuries on Friday, 14 August, after she was allegedly brutally assaulted by her boyfriend with sticks and big stones near a graveyard road. The suspect has been arrested and will appear in court on 14 September 2020. The victim left her house on Friday with her alleged lover and never returned. She leaves behind 3 orphaned children. She was the breadwinner and now the family is struggling with funeral arrangements. The community members have come out to say it is not the first time that the perpetrator committed such crimes against women. We must make it clear that prevention of these crimes is not only a responsibility of police. The provincial government should also play a key role. The provincial government has concentrated its resources, focus and energy on victims' empowerment program, which is itself underfunded given the magnitude of the problem before our eyes. The provincial government must invest more resources to prevention programs. For example, the government can partner with organizations working with women and children to have a provincial campaign to drive workshops in community, which will empower women to stand up to abusers and to enable them to detect early signs of trauma. This is important because these emotional scars that are caused by GBV can only heal when you receive support from those you trust and those that are close to you, like relatives, friends, and neighborhood. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Let us please exercise some restraint on the microphones. Thank you, Honorable Bagubagu Force. I now recognize Honorable Bosman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And through you, Speaker, as we know, mental health issues are incredibly important when it comes to empowering victims of violence and abuse. We know that the effects of violent crime on victims are lifelong scars that affect their emotional well-being. And we know that women and children are disproportionately affected by this. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that there are massive challenges in the criminal justice system and within the security cluster to provide protection for women and children. We hear every day of women being turned away from police stations where they are trying to get protection from abusive partners and when they're trying to get the South African Police Service, who are empowered to protect them, to take them seriously. But what we do know, Speaker, is that many of these women are turned away. And we are very grateful in this province that we have a functioning Department of Social Development that is able to step in with its victim empowerment programs that is aimed at preventing abuse of women and children in our province. With that, Speaker, and bearing in mind that mental health issues are of crucial importance to this, I'd like to ask the Minister of Social Development if the Minister can perhaps expand a bit more on how the Victim Empowerment Program is used to leverage and bolster psychosocial support to women and children. And I'd also like the Minister further tell us how the COVID-19 pandemic, a pandemic that is now moving into its second phase, where it's largely affecting poor and vulnerable women and children, if the Minister can tell us how this pandemic has now disrupted the traditional in-person counseling services and what are some of the challenges in trying to deal with some of those impossible cases. And also if the Minister can tell us how the province and the Provincial Department of Social Development has supported non-profit organizations. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like the Minister to tell us more about how the province partners with the security services, such as the South African Police Service, to assist victims of gender-based violence when transferring these victims between the different stages of shelters, and what takes place in terms of the medical screening.
Honorable members, thank you, Honorable Bosman. Your time is up. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as I recall it, the Minister for Public Works and Infrastructure, Minister Patricia de Lille, identified 6 public buildings in the Western Cape that could be used by the Department of Social Development for shelters. And in July this year, or early in July this year, Minister Fernandez indicated to Parliament that an agreement had been drafted between the national government and provincial government for the transfer of these buildings, and that agreement was in the process of being finalized. She also indicated that the buildings were being refurbished and refitted for their purpose by the Department of Public Works, the National Department of Public Works. So I wonder if the Minister can advise us or inform us what progress has been made with regards to finalizing that agreement. Has it been finalized? When will the shelters become operational? And has her department planned for the operating of those shelters? And what are those plans? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Baku Force. Are you winning, Honorable Baku Force? All right. Honorable members, just please bear with me. I'm trying to accommodate the honorable member. One more minute, and then we're going to give up on her. We know we have a virtual and physical session with a hybrid, so we try to be patient. Honorable Baku Force, we will now leave you. I now go to the Honorable Minister. Okay, thank you. You may proceed, ma'am. Yes. Honorable Baku Force, we.
Yes. Can I speak now? Okay. Speaker, this afternoon we have heard another brutal murder of Nomvuzo Atuli, an 18-year-old young. Thank you, Speaker, because there was a noise. Can I start over?
You may start over, ma'am, please.
Thank you, Speaker. This afternoon we have heard of another brutal murder of Nomvuzo Atuli, an 18-year-old young girl from Philippi who was found dumped in a rubbish container in Philippi East. We convey deepest condolences to the family of the deceased and call on police to speed up investigation. It is these kinds of events that have necessitated the calls for a paradigm shift away from the current approach of controlling and managing GBV and femicide to an approach where we also invest resources into prevention measures for both violence perpetrated by intimate partners as well as that of strangers. The greatest challenge at the moment is that the services for victims of violence do not focus on prevention, and they are offered in places that are far away from the communities where victims reside. Over and above this, there are insufficient places of victims in the shelters for victims of violence. Speaker, only 213 women and children were admitted to shelters between 1st April and 30 June, and only 562 victims of sexual offense and their families members received psychological support service. The Victim Empowerment Program only has a budget of 53.6 million, of which allocation for shelters of victims is only around 21 million. This is not enough. From the first day we go to the legislature, we have been raising the need to open more victim empowerment centers, especially in the poor communities where majority of the victims stays. All our calls are falling on deaf ears. The government uses red tape and an excuse not to open these shelters in areas where they are needed the most. Over and above this, We need the government to partner with communities and the civil society movement to come up with action plans to prevent these senseless attacks. The Victim Empowerment Program needs some rethink in how it assists victims, while the emotional and practical support, as well as assisting victims with management of trauma and referring victims for professional support where necessary. There remains many shortcomings in the programs that need to be fixed. In closing, Speaker, we call for acceleration of the process to renovate the buildings and land handed over by national government for the purpose of shelters for victims of violence. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Baku Force. Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Minister Fernandez.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I wish to thank all members who participated in this debate. Speaker, it would be a grave injustice to try and respond to the questions in the 4 minutes that are allocated, because whilst we are dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, there is a shadow pandemic of substance and drug abuse, as well as gender-based violence. The questions that were raised, I can confirm that on Monday morning, I met with 20 shelter movement. It was an engagement called the Circle of Courage. We also have 20 NPO partners that work with these shelters. So yes, there are budgetary constraints, but we are trying to find innovative ways to address that. But Honourable Speaker, it is important to note that as a province, we are currently in the process of the development of a provincial strategic plan in the context of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence, and also in terms of the Western Cape Government Safety Plan. To this end, we have been invited to the NCOP on the 28th regarding this very intervention. And I can also say that on Tuesday, Cabinet will be engaging regarding the issue of the National Strategic Plan and how we will take that forward in this province. So it will be a series of stakeholder engagements over a period of time. Honourable Speaker, the impact of psychosocial support and trauma on the psyche of survivors must not be underestimated. However, we have partners who are doing online counselling, whether it be by WhatsApp, Zoom, or webinars. Then to the Honourable Heron, yes, the National Minister did a media launch in March, which I attended together with Minister Zulu. We then had some contractual arrangements. But I have just discovered that the National Minister, somehow, I don't know if her officials are on the same page as her, but they have done the renovations to the 6 houses which were allocated to us, and they are all in rural areas. But they've done the renovations, but now they want province to pay for the work before they hand them over to us. So once again, we are going to, and I have a mail that can confirm that, but the mail was dated the 18th of August. So there is suddenly no budget in national portfolio. And now we are required, so again, the province is going to have to dig deep. And then at the same time, the issue of homelessness must be reviewed in the context of GBV, because many gender-based violence survivors try and access homeless shelters, and we try and support that initiative as well. But it is not a conversation that just requires a brief one-line response, Speaker. I do believe that we all need to work together on the scourge of gender-based violence. And I am hopeful that we will engage Parliament, civil society, and all our partners going forward. And to this end, we have the Victim Empowerment, the VEP Forum, which is a quarterly activity. We have SAPS, we have the criminal justice system. They have all been invited to address Cabinet on this issue so that we can come up with an aligned provincial response to the national imperative in terms of the NSP. So, Honourable Speaker, I wish to say to all our partners, our NGO partners, Tutuzela Care Centres, SAPS, everyone who is involved in protecting women and children from abuse. And I also need to say thank you to the media, because they are often the first to report an incident. And to this end, I have set up a gender desk in the ministry. And we are
Thank you,
also have a
Honourable
media
Minister.
monitoring in place to ensure that we remain abreast. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Honourable members.
Thank you, Honourable Minister and the honourable members. That concludes interpellation number 3. And now, honourable members, we're going to questions as printed in the order paper. The Deputy Speaker will now take over. I'm taking a break.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Order, we will now deal with questions as printed on the question paper. And just to remind the honourable members that the initial oral question as printed, the person who posed the first question will have the first opportunity for a follow-up question. I now recognise the Honourable, the Premier Wendy.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And thank you very much to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Dugmore, for the question. In response to number 1, the current policy is that there are 2 departments identified and mandated as custodians of the provincial immovable property portfolio, namely the Department of Transport and Public Works and the Department of Human Settlements. The custodial role of human settlements is limited to the property specifically identified and handed over for human settlement purposes. The custodianship for the remainder of the provincial property portfolio vests with the Department of Transport and Public Works and is managed according to the appropriate legislative frameworks. And then number 2, regarding your question.
1 minute, I see there is a hand up by Honourable Kama. If you could just take your seat. Honourable Kama, what's your point of order?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And let me firstly apologize. I really didn't want to interrupt the Premier. But I think on what you had said, Deputy Speaker, that when dealing with oral questions, the person who asked the question will have the first opportunity to ask a follow-up. I think I wanted to check with you, Deputy Speaker, because when we raised this in the last sitting, on the occasion where the leader of the opposition, Honourable Dugmore, asked a question but was not given the opportunity to first ask the follow-up, and the Speaker cited that the rule has been that he must raise a hand if he has a follow-up. I really wanted you to indulge me on that, Deputy Speaker, so that I'm prepared as we move forward to the question, and apologies for the interruption.
Thank you, Honourable Kama. I'm going to read as per my briefing document as has been from week to week, and I read verbatim that the honourable member who has asked the initial oral question as printed on the question paper will have the first opportunity for a follow-up question. So if that's in order, we will follow that procedure today. Thank you, Honourable Kama. Honourable Premier Wendy, my apologies. You may continue. Honourable Wendy, if you could just 1 minute. I see Honourable Dugmore. Honourable Dugmore, what's your point of order?
No, thank you, Speaker. I would just like to also request that you observe and give us all an opportunity in regard to the second question. Thank you for clarifying that the person asking the question will have the right for the first follow-up, but very often the person asking the question would also like to ask a second follow-up. So I would just like to request you to be alert to the fact that I will also be wanting to ask a second follow-up question. Obviously, you have other members who'd want to do the same, but I'm just indicating in advance that I would like to ask a second follow-up.
No, first hands go up first, and that's there's no rule around that. So I will leave that as to first come, first serve, as we say. Thank you, Honourable Wendy. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And the honourable member who interrupted me first, if he goes back to last session, will see that the honourable opposition did get the first question, even though they raised objections to it. If you go and check Hansard, you will see that that did happen. But thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Getting to the second part of the response regarding your question as to whether there is any process underway to review such policy, including the location of this function in the Department of Public Works and Transport, the answer is no. There is no process to review the policy, and there is no process underway to review the location of this function in the Department of Transport and Public Works. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Wendy. Honourable Dugmore, that's over to you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Having clarified that the responsibility for provincial property management will remain primarily in the Department of Transport and Public Works, is the Premier prepared to make a commitment to this House that a disposal strategy for all properties which resort under this province will be released before the end of this financial year, given that since 2009, when the DA came to power in this province, they have failed for the entire decade and the first 2 years of this administration to release a plan for the utilization of all provincial assets under this provincial government. Would he be prepared to commit to doing that within this calendar year?
Honourable the Premier Wendy.
Thank you very much. No, unfortunately, I can't commit to that. It would take a much more involved process, and I would have to bring my cabinet along with it.
Honourable Dugmore, I see you as a second bite, and then I see Honourable Mackenzie.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to ask the Premier, is the fact that the provincial government of which you were a part since 2009 has failed to produce a strategy to release provincially owned properties an indication of the lack of political will to in fact utilize these properties, both empty land as well as buildings, to reverse apartheid spatial planning? Is that an indication of that?
1 minute. Honourable Chief Whip, what's your point of order?
I'd just like to ask whether when a person is posing a question, whether they can express a point of view.
Honourable Dugmore, can I just clarify what exactly you said was a point of view? What was your point of view? Can you pose that question?
Chair, Deputy Speaker, I'm asking the Premier a follow-up question and asking him that, given that he's not prepared to make that commitment, would he agree that his failure to make such a commitment is an indication that, given that this has not happened since 2009, that this indicates a lack of political will from the Democratic Alliance to release property to reverse apartheid spatial planning? So I'm asking whether he would agree with that.
Thank you. I accept that. Honourable Wendy.
Thank you very much. First of all, definitely not, and there is a strategy. And if the honourable member wants to ask a question on a strategy, then he must not word his question to say towards the management of provincial property. He should have said a strategy towards the disposal of provincial property. You can't ask one question and expect a different answer. So again, no.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Premier. Premier, is there a need to review this policy, and what data would inform such a decision? Thank you.
Thank you very much to the honourable member for the question. And of course, any policy and any position of government, things change all the time. So of course, you always need to be looking at the effectiveness and of course the impact on the citizens of your province. So, I mean, these kind of reviews happen every single year. We have a look at the various issues that are putting pressure on citizens, and then we will review whether it's this policy. Of course, in the initial question, it spoke about management, but of course, what we know that the honourable member is getting to, and maybe what the member that's just asked the question, Honourable Mackenzie, is that especially at the moment when we have a look at the availability of land, how land is disposed of, and also how assets and land is used in the best interests of the citizens of a province. And of course, so there you would need to constantly update yourself as a government, as well as your position as how it affects the citizens of this province. And of course, we would see now over the next while with Minister Madikizela, he would obviously be the chief custodian in this regard, and we will continue reviewing or having a look at whether we need to review and change our stance or how it takes place. We also note that various outside influences also have effect, and we know that there's a court case at the moment, and we'll see what happens with that court case. Of course, that also then puts pressure on systems or makes governments ask questions about themselves and how they utilize their assets. But of course, one must also remember that governments have assets that they need to apply their minds to in the interests or the best interests of their citizens. And we need to always bear that in mind, that governments must be able to make those decisions.
Thank you. Honourable Dugmore, you have the last chance and the last cherry at this bite of this cherry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I would like to ask the Premier whether he agrees that if the province had had such a strategy to, for instance, utilize the Tafelberg provincially owned asset for social housing, and that strategy was in place, that could have avoided the litigation which has actually held up the provision of that site for social housing.
Thank you very much. And of course, now we're getting to the real question that the Honourable Dugmore should have asked right up front and talk about strategy. Now, of course, the disposal of the Tafelberg site was part of a strategy. And exactly that same strategy was the disposal of Helen Bowden or Woodstock Hospital. And they all had different outcomes. And that was part of that strategy. And of course, this strategy has been held up or blocked in different ways. But of course, I also link this perhaps through to the earlier interpellation, where also talking about the same pressure that we all are under at the moment as government across South Africa, at the moment in this province and in our municipalities, as to how more land can be available and specifically how we could get more people into housing. But I noticed and linked to this was the questions around budget, and in the interpellation, a lot of questions were asked about budget and why budgets are cut and where this money is coming from and why is the province not putting more money to this. And of course, it was interesting because when you focus on one thing, then of course that one thing becomes the issue around budget. But of course, governments have to look across the whole of government, all of their citizens and delivery. And really the answer when I was listening to that interpellation was that budgets are cut, not necessarily only in us being able to deliver housing, but budgets are cut across the board in this government. And the main reason is because of national government policy or failure in SOEs, or the way that corruption has really depleted the purse of our country. Looking at the moment, we are borrowing extensively to try and manage where we are at the moment. Prior to COVID-19, our country was in deep trouble financially because of failed policy and failed government. We were in junk status and we didn't have, the lights weren't coming on. We are still in that position, and over and above that, we are now borrowing 2.1 billion rand every single day in this country. It would be amazing if we could invest 2.1 billion every day of borrowing into infrastructure that would make a difference to the people's lives of this province or this country. But unfortunately, that 2.1 billion that South Africa borrows every single day through our national government, it doesn't end up on the ground where the citizens need it. It disappears into the ether. And of course, that's what really needs to be dealt with. But those things get dealt with by the citizens when it comes to elections. And of course, that's why I think you find hashtags really gaining traction called tick on a Friday, those kind of things, because of what we see happening to the citizens of our country because of bad policy and bad national government.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. That ends the first question. We now move over to question number 2. I recognise the Honourable the Premier Wendy.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And again, thank you to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Dugmore, for the question. And in response, first of all, the Western Cape Safety Plan forms a key part of the Provincial Strategic Plan, PSP, this is 2019 to 2030, and the Vision-Inspired Priority VIP1. The Western Cape Safety Plan has 2 pillars, namely 1, a focus on increasing law enforcement presence where and when crime happens, and 2, a focus on preventing violence through the strengthening of society's resilience to crime at several levels. Under the Western Cape Safety Plan, each Western Cape Government Department has been allocated 1 or several safety priorities for implementation. These priorities are reflected in each department's annual performance plan, and quarterly APP reports are published, so they're already made public. The Western Cape Government's response to the national disaster and COVID-19 has meant that some of the interventions and targets in the safety plan had to be changed. Below is a list of deliverables under the safety plan that we were able to be delivered, and explanations as to how each of these programs changed our response to COVID-19. The Department of Community Safety, law enforcement project LEAP teams were deployed to enforce lockdown regulations and other COVID-19 safety needs during level 5 and 4, and are deployed in the COVID-19 hotspot areas. This was in conjunction with the South African police services. The department has tracked serious violence and crime using forensic pathology services, that's FPS, as an emergency medical service, data to assess shifts in violence during the different alert levels of this national lockdown. The data confirmed a drastic decrease in homicides and trauma admissions during alert levels 4 and 5, but also continued prominence of firearm-related violence during the same alert levels. This has led to the Western Cape Government to increase its focus on alcohol-related harms and firearm-related violence. In addition to that, the same department, the Chrysalis Academy, intake was suspended during the hard lockdown, but the first intake for 2021 financial year, Alpha 20, started in July 2020. In addition, the deployment of 60 Chrysalis graduates in the Khayelitsha area to promote awareness of COVID-19 and adherence to the regulations, and deployment to other hotspot areas, including local municipalities, was also implemented. The alcohol ban during different alert levels of the national lockdown has confirmed the strong linkage between alcohol and violence. We have an alcohol harms team or reduction team to drive a number of initiatives aimed at reducing the harms of alcohol on our society, including reducing the availability of alcohol by reducing the density of liquor outlets and limiting the sale of alcohol in large containers, legislative amendments to address the confiscation and destruction of illegally sold alcohol, and enhancing the liquor authority's capacity to hear enforcement cases, strengthening policy and law enforcement, including with the support of the LEAP officers by targeting both legal and illegal outlets in areas recording high levels of interpersonal violence, using behavioral science to address risk-taking drinking behavior, and continued support of addiction treatment and victims of GBV, which is commonly linked to alcohol abuse. What we have also done is we've gone through a quick training program to make sure that 60 so far of our LEAP officers are also trained as liquor inspectors, and Minister Fritz will be elaborating more on this in future. The Department of Social Development, DSD, has continued its statutory work around childcare and child protection services and court-ordered family at-risk support, while noting COVID-19 challenges. The system to identify, assess and refer youth and children at risk and provide assistance has been suspended due to the school closure lockdown, and of course, however, at the same time, psychosocial support on a case-by-case in the short term is anticipated, considering the additional stresses that COVID-19 has put on many families. Permission has been provided for funded inpatient substance abuse facilities to reopen, subject to criteria, and the department is strengthening inter-sectoral collaboration of the different GBV responses across the province. The Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport. The after-school program came to an end under the lockdown because the Department of Basic Education, DBE, regulations that required no extracurricular activity take place. Primary school after-school program and year beyond primary school and high school learners academic programs shifted to support at home learning, which the support of online connectivity and physical resources. In addition, the ASP has collaborated with partners to develop a treasure box resource, which is a collection of at-home resources for families during the lockdown. To date, 90,000 of these have been distributed across the province. The use of WhatsApp and reverse billing websites has featured as a part of this shift. The youth in-service program has continued and training moved to a virtual WhatsApp platform with data bundles provided. Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape Education Department is continuing with high security school perimeter fencing as the budget is ring-fenced. The school-based violence prevention program first step of a study on the perceptions of violence in schools will continue via electronic surveys, and the Safe School Centre hotline is still active. The Department of Health, while COVID-19 pandemic has been the main focus of the department during the period, the department is continuing with its first 1,000 days initiative and with specific focus on women at risk. And of course, throughout this, they continue to provide critical data from the perspective of trauma. We've seen it used now during this lockdown period, specifically trauma in our hospitals, but also critical data, especially around our morgues and cause of death. The Department of Economic Development and Tourism, the establishment of the Tourism Law Enforcement Unit for the 2021 season in partnership with the City of Cape Town and placing youth in work placement opportunities is still continuing. The Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, their environmental law enforcement operations are currently being carried out with a focus on healthcare risk waste, and the program to train officials and practitioners in the promotion of urban safety and dignity will continue to be designed. The Department of Transport and Public Works, the department has continued to deploy officers to visible and active patrols on all major and secondary routes to maintain and enforce general law and order. The Central Line program was delayed by PRASA and the REU was not kept in place by the City of Cape Town due to funding commitment delays from PRASA, but we will obviously now see as we open up these lines to reactivate. And the transport hub is continuing to be used to improve safety and fight crime. The Department of Human Settlements, the Informal Settlements Upgrade Program based on the safety requirements will still continue. However, the Department of Human Settlements will undertake a process of reworking the business plan and consider targets and deliverables. And then second to last, the Department of Agriculture, the rural safety audit of the province and a number of farm watchers accredited will continue through the electronic channels. The Department of the Premier will continue to support the implementation of this safety plan. And perhaps then just lastly to say that throughout the lockdown period and the focus on COVID-19, we weren't able to continue with our safety cabinets, although the 3 and now 2 cabinets a week always have the attendance of SAPs as well as Metro Police in those cabinets. And the focus on COVID-19 will now start to move over to the post-COVID-19 pandemic and recovery plan. But of course, the question was, how do we continually and openly report on this? And I also hope to be able to bring back the safety cabinets with the dashboard, and then of course make this public every week that we have that safety cabinet, and that should be resuming in the very short future, because in the next 2 weeks we will be refining what that plan looks like and how we will be reporting it either to this House or to the public. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. I just want in the list of speakers, it will be Honourable Dugmore, Honourable Murray, Honorable Klego, and Honorable Karma. Those will be the 4 follow-ups. Over to you, Honorable Dugmore.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, arising from the Premier's response, and also given the fact that on the 19th of September last year, the Premier promised that not only would priorities be set for each MEC, but that a detailed metric would be developed for each one to hold each MEC accountable. Would the Premier concede that either those detailed metrics have not been developed or that they have not been shared with the public as he had promised on the 19th of September?
Thank you. Honorable Premier.
Definitely not. And please go onto the website, have a look at the metrics in the safety plan, and then, as I said earlier in the answer, go and have a look at each department's annual performance plan. You will see it there.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Over to Honorable Murray.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Premier, I hope you allow me to take this a bit wider. The safety plan, safety is, I don't know how wide you go for safety, but let me ask you, does the Western Cape Safety Plan present itself as reactionary after the fact issue, or are you trying to be proactive in preventing people from feeling less safe? And could this include possibly suggestions to the National Minister for further amendments to aspects of the Criminal Procedure Act, which would make the people in the Western Cape much safer than what they feel at the current moment? Are you reactionary, or you want to be proactive in the final outcome of the safety plan?
Thank you, Honorable Murray. Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Member for the question. Of course, what we could be is just continue with the constitutional mandate of a province which says we will have oversight over the South African police services. And I think the Honourable Member knows my position. We've spoken about it many times. I think that the devolution of the management of policing should be down to provincial level. And not maintained at a national level. But of course, the Honourable Member knows all too well that that would need some constitutional changes. And in the absence of getting those constitutional changes, we then have said we will try to go beyond just the mandate of an oversight when it comes to safety and security. Because quite frankly, we know that there are hotspots in our province that are the murder capitals of our country. And so we are now putting budget towards this, putting resources towards this, so that we can effect change in the absence of extra resources coming into the province. We've known that for a long time we have been under-resourced, and that's why we even have an intergovernmental dispute. The intergovernmental dispute has, by agreement, been put onto the back burner, although it has not been withdrawn, because at the end of last year, the Minister of Police agreed to give us an extra 1,000 police officers of the 5,000 that I think we should get extra. And of course, if we are the murder capital, we don't need to just get equilibrium. We should have even more deployment into the hotspots. And for example, right now, where we see people's safety and lives at huge threat, where we're seeing lots of protest action, infrastructure being damaged, and people really getting hurt and sometimes even killed. And sadly, as we see people in our province being lives ended by stray bullets and skirmishes between police and citizens. And it really is sad to see when this happens. But if you go and have a look at the public order police that are deployed to this province, and just in the month of July, this province had more disruption and protest action than any other province in South Africa. We were the one with the most, the second most was in KwaZulu-Natal, and the third most was in Gauteng. But the deployment of public order police, the province with the least number of deployment is the Western Cape with the highest number of protest actions. I mean, just go and figure, that's exactly the ANC punishing the people of this province. And so we already, the Minister Fritz and I have already had a meeting with the National Commissioner because while we have 4 deployed units in our province, KZN has 7. The Eastern Cape has, I haven't got the numbers with me, I think there's 6. Northern Cape is more than us as well as a province. Every other province has more deployment of police resources than we have. And of course, we will continue to fight for that. We need to make sure that we get our fair share. At the same time, obviously, we'll always support the devolution of power closer to the people rather than further away from the people. But this is definitely a proactive action to make a difference, because the citizens of this province are feeling the pressure of increased violence, increased crime levels. And we obviously, as a provincial government, can't just have an oversight. We've got to be much more proactive than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. I
am
recognise
much more satisfied now.
Honourable Marais. Please don't interrupt. We now move over to Honourable Klego.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. It's a pity that the Premier sounds so frustrated like that, not getting resources from the ANC government national. But the question I want to understand is that, judging by the manner on which the rural safety plan is being executed, versus how the Speaker, I don't know where it's coming from. I'm hearing myself. So yeah, thanks. So judging by the way the rural safety plan is being handled in the province, versus how crime hotspots, in particular where violent crimes are experienced, such as taxi violence and as well as the gang-related crimes. And now recently we have noted also with femicide, for example, today we found a woman was found in a rubbish bin somewhere in Philippi. So we want to understand what was the exact role played by each and every minister in ensuring that they back you up, Premier, in your safety plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the Honourable Klego for the question. I mean, besides reading the answer again to the question, the original question, which was, what are we doing now? I think the question goes more to the actual plan and each of those ministers and departments. And without spending another hour or two reading out this plan, I think the best is to go and have a look at what those commitments are in each of these departments. So, for example, when you spoke to the rural safety plan, as opposed to perhaps say what Minister Fernandes is responsible for, gender-based violence, making sure that the existing budgets that are spent in our government, that they are effective and efficient, whether there's sufficient budget, whether it has to be moved around. Of course, these things happen all the time, and that's why specifically in the safety plan we said it is a working document. I didn't want to have some fixed plan, and I must say that I think all of us in the cabinet have realized, and in this government have realized, that during COVID-19, which has sort of taken us beyond where we were when we first launched this plan, is that we need to even have more whole of government focus, and also be nimble and have the ability to move quickly and change things. But I must also say, and I must say it up front now, that we do know that in any of our plans going forward, whether it be on jobs and the economy and helping people with job opportunities, because we are now sitting with high unemployment rates, whether it is the effect now on food security, because people are not able to put food on the table because they've been retrenched, because we've seen poverty numbers actually getting worse, the food nutrition numbers. At the start of lockdown, we were sitting at 25% of the population in South Africa that were food insecure, didn't know where their next meal was coming from. Right now, 5 months into COVID-19, that 25% has moved to 47%, or whether it be this very safety plan. All of them we're going to have to really think about very hard what we're going to focus on and what we're not going to focus on, because we've seen that the 5.3 billion that we've spent on COVID-19 is not coming from national. I spoke earlier about how much money is being borrowed in South Africa, but it's not ending up in the provinces. We have to find that within our existing budget, which also means we've got to look for effectiveness and efficiencies within this plan. And I'm telling the members of this parliament that some of these plans are going to change. Some of them are obviously going to have to be expanded and more put into them, but some are also going to have to end up going on the back burner, because we're going to have to do or focus in these new areas that we need to fix things on behalf of the citizens of this province, but understanding we're doing it over the next 3 years, at least with far less money than we have ever been able to do before. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. I recognize Honourable Palmer.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, if the I think there's a noise, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, if I can just check that in the House the microphones are off. You may proceed, Honourable Palmer.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, if the Premier recognizes the program of the Department of Community Safety, which is the alcohol harms reduction, and also in his first reply also acknowledges the impact or the correlation of alcohol and violence, why would then the Premier make calls as he did in the middle of this pandemic that alcohol sales should be opened? Or is it a measure of who is going to benefit by that opening of alcohol sales, which are those of corporate bosses at the expense of the poor people in the infested areas in our province?
Thank you very much. Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Palmer for that question, an excellent question. So number one, of course, we measure the province with the top measurement system in our top 5 hospitals to measure trauma. But the question that he asks is the balance between a total ban on alcohol and the implications or what that means to society versus the opening up of our economy. And so I get the feeling that the Honourable Palmer wants to ban alcohol sales, and he's quite happy that every time we do this, we lose another 18,000 jobs, as was predicted for the first lockdown, and put another 300,000 jobs in jeopardy, while we also know that, of course, alcohol harms, and I've admitted it here, is a problem and we've got to deal with it. But the 80 cases, or let's say the 160 cases that come down to 80 cases, over weekends, etc., the 1,000 or 2,000 cases that our trauma units are dealing with, as opposed to 7 million people who live in this province. And we've got to always find those balances. And especially now, we have to find those balances. I am definitely not saying that we don't have to up our game, and the citizens need to also take more and greater responsibility as to how we use alcohol, and we understand the implications of the abuse of alcohol on our fellow citizens. But of course, the blunt instrument of banning is just not a possible way of going forward. We've got to make sure that people who work in that industry. Now, it's interesting that the Honourable Palmer also says, and he talks about the big conglomerates, and it would be quite nice. I think I should ask the Honourable Palmer to come with me and go and visit some of the new black-owned labels in the wine industry that have worked tirelessly day and night to gain new market share in some markets around the world, and now their businesses have been decimated. They haven't been able to go to the banks and get overdraft facilities because they don't have the track records, but now they've lost that market to the Australians, to the Chileans, and to get that back, I don't think they're going to be able to do it because they don't have the wherewithal to go back and spend another 2-3 years trying to get that market. Go and speak to any of the new wine farmers that we have in our province, people involved in this industry that have really worked hard at getting transformation right. It's about them, not necessarily about the big conglomerates that can actually afford to get through to the other side. But we know that every single job is a job that counts at the moment in the system. And that's why we have to find the economic balance, and at the same time, through all the work we're doing in this safety plan, to find the balance on the other side of where abuse takes place, of what we need to fix as citizens as well as government, and how we need to learn and improve and bring about change. We cannot use just one or the other. It has to be the balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. That concludes question 2. We now proceed to question 3. When you're ready, Honourable Premier, you're up again.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much to the Honourable Nkondlo for the question. Number 1, there was no refusal. The Minister did not refuse anything. Firstly, transport operators have the responsibility to take preventative measures. Secondly, the National Department of Transport issued sanitizers for distribution to all operators who are part of the Learner Transport scheme across the country. Therefore, the Western Cape Education Department was not obliged to provide additional sanitizer to bus operators. In addition, it is not and never was the mandate of the Western Cape Education Department to provide PPE to the LTS contractors or to be responsible for the cleaning of their vehicles. And then 2, the National Department of Transport issued sanitizers for distribution to all LTS operators. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. I understand that Honourable Nkondlo is not not online. Then I recognise Honourable Mackenzie.
I am, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Then I know you're back. You may begin, Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like the Premier to confirm in this House that the provincial government never received a memorandum from the learner transport operators, one, requesting an engagement with the Premier, including the MEC, on the specific matter. So I would like the Premier to indicate that. Secondly, to me, it is so strange that the Premier says the Education Department did not have any obligation. What obligations are all the other departments, including transport, including local government that has approved budgets here whilst we were in the sessions, to support SMMEs or small companies, with PPEs. So I find this a contradiction in what Premier is saying. If he can at least clarify what he means, perhaps I'm missing, understanding how he's responding to my question.
Thank you, Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Not that I'm aware of, but of course we get thousands and thousands of requests. But if the honourable member has a copy of this request, please send it to me, and then I'll be able to verify that, or I could go and check. Of course, I'm answering the question as it was posed to me on an education matter, and of course I would have gone and found the answer. So that's the first part. And the second part, I mean, surely it is, if a government department says, a national department says, we are providing for this specific sector or this specific transport need, that the provincial government would not go and double supply for that specific space, and hence the answer that I have received back from the Department of Education.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Honourable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Premier, I note in your answer that you said that obviously the WCED has no mandate over these provisions, but was the WCED in discussion with the service providers over their grievance, and what are the details?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I actually don't know how to answer, because as far as I know, I don't know. I think that is a much more in-depth question that probably the Education Department needs to answer, or put it in writing to say what kind of discussion took place. Of course, I got to ask a question, and I went to find the answers of that specific question. And as far as I can see through the answer, that we didn't supply them from the Education Department because the National Department had supplied them.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. I recognise Honourable Sayed.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you. I thank the Premier for his responses. But I must say, and I want to ask the Premier, when the Premier received these answers, did the Premier not see it fit to actually interrogate the Department of Education and his MEC to get all details relating to this matter before coming here to the House and responding? Because the responses just don't make sense. Does the Premier, what will the Premier's intervention be to actually ensure that scholar transport operators receive all the assistance they need, regardless of who supplied and who did not supply? The reality is that learners need to get to school and they need to get to school safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the Honourable Said. And of course, if there needs to be further interrogation on the learner transport in this province, further than the answers that have been given, which are quite clear, that there is a responsible department who made the sanitizer and the cleansing material available. And so once that is done, it is done. Of course, as the Honourable Said knows, he is on the Education Oversight Committee, and that probably is the kind of question that you wouldn't ask to someone else. You would ask that to the Minister of Education, or even ask it in a standing committee where you could interrogate and really go through the detail. So, I mean, that's obviously how things work in a government, and how parliamentary oversight works as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. I don't see any follow-up questions.
I still have my hand. Deputy Speaker.
There's your hand. I see you, Honourable Nkondlo. You may proceed.
Honourable Premier, I think at this point, you see, I don't think it would be fair for you to lecture us about oversight, because the point here is that a question was sent to the Premier with the expectation that the Premier, who is actually heading Cabinet, and would be able to engage the relevant member of Cabinet on this particular question. Because now I think I get an impression that the Premier says, at any given point in time, we cannot ask him questions regarding decisions of the members of the Cabinet that he sits over. And I want to ask the Premier, when the memorandum and the proof of one of the officials of the provincial government who received this memorandum, and this memorandum was handed over, is the Premier once again willing to answer this particular question properly, in the sense that the same Premier has been standing here telling us how much there is a need to support business, both big and small businesses. And again, I am really interested in the intervention of a request that was made by small operators on the basis of their realities, without taking away their obligation and responsibility as a company, but also a way of always complaining about national government.
Thank you, Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Kondla for that follow-up. But I mean, if you read her question, she says, whether it was brought to my attention that the Provincial Minister of Education refused a request on learner transport. So in the engagement with the Minister, the answer is the Minister did not refuse anything. So, I mean, what more should I do then? And then, of course, now she starts talking about support for small businesses. The second part of her question, we've answered it as to how and where all of these businesses, if they were contracted, every single one on the list was looked after. They were looked after by an allocation from the Department of Transport at a national level to each and every one of them, sanitizer, masks, etc. What more do we need? Otherwise, then the honourable member needs to ask a little bit more in the question if she wants more detail, especially if she's asking the Premier about something in another department. This is a big government, honourable member, as I hope you know. So if you want more explicit detail, please ask that. I'm willing to give you any detail you want, and I've answered your question exactly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier. We now move over to questions standing over from Thursday, the 13th of August. I now recognize Honourable Minister Schaefer.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and to the member for the question. The answer is that 5 classrooms and the ablution facilities which were damaged by a storm were fixed within the space of a week. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister Schaefer. Are there, Honourable Clergeau, Member Clergeau, are you willing to take a follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Deputy
Over
Speaker.
to you.
Yes, no, I just wanted to understand in terms of what is the department's medium to long-term plans with regards to building proper classrooms in the Western Cape schools, as these mobile classroom structures prove to be a danger to human life, especially during the winter season.
Thank you. Honourable Minister Schaefer.
Thank you very much. Mobile structures are proper structures. We have many of them around the Western Cape. And what was dangerous to the learners was the incredibly bad storm, not the actual structure. So we do have plans for that specific school, though. In the medium term, we have acquired land in the area because of growth in that area for a new primary school and a high school, which will serve the youth of Nomzamo and Luandle. It is in the final planning stage at present and would open in 2022 if all goes to plan. So obviously we would love to build many, many more schools and many brick and mortar schools, but obviously we are constrained by the amount of money that we get, which seems to be decreasing every year and the need increasing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I then recognise Honourable Sayed and then Honourable Botha.
Chair, no, it's fine. I'm covered by the question raised by the previous member, Honourable Teko. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Sayed. Then I'll move straight over to Honourable Botha.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just want to check with the Minister, what impact has the recent budget cuts had on your department's ability to provide new schools in areas with high density like Nomzamo?
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and for the question. Yes, Member Botha, it's having a devastating impact on us. We heard in the recent adjustment budget that we have a triple blow. 159 million rand has been cut by the national government from the education infrastructure grant, which will obviously mean that infrastructure projects will need to be put on hold or delayed. Despite the President's claim that money was no object in the fight against COVID, our department has not seen a cent from national government to fight it. So the hundreds of millions of rand, which we've had to spend on purchasing, cleaning and sanitizing materials, was funded also from the infrastructure budget, as there was no other funding. And we also do know now, given the financial situation our country finds ourselves in, that we will also be having a cut to the provincial equitable share, which will no doubt also affect us. So it's having a very concerning effect on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I don't see any other follow-up questions on this question. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to question 11. I recognise the Honourable Minister Schaefer again.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yes, I have to say in this business, I've seen some very interesting questions, but I think this one must top all of them. We certainly have not bought any milk formula. We do not feed any babies in our department. We are responsible for grade R upwards. So we don't buy milk formula at all. And even if we did, we certainly wouldn't be distributing it to municipalities which have no mandate at all for education. So no, the answer is no.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Sayed.
Chair, no questions are strange. I think we raise these questions because matters arise on the ground. Chair, we received a report on the 20th of July in one of the DA branches, Mandela Day initiatives, that blankets, bread and soup, as well as first step baby milk, was distributed in communities by DA volunteers in DA t-shirts. Now, there were allegations in that particular area, in Overstrand, that this milk formula was distributed to municipalities to be sent to schools. That's what we heard, hence we are raising that here. Can the MEC take the House into confidence yet again, just to say that this was not the case and that they'll be looking into it just for the possibility to see if there was anything untoward that basically took place? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. I have already taken the House into confidence, Honourable Side. The answer is no, we have not done so. I have already taken it up with my department and have been given that assurance. And I'm afraid I cannot take it further unless you give me specific evidence that it was from the Education Department, because my information that I have already asked is that it is not the case. And there's no reason why it would be, because we don't procure milk formula at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Botha.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, speaking of nutrition, what impact did the lockdown and extended school closure have on nutrition of learners in our province?
May I go ahead, Deputy Speaker?
Sorry, over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honourable Botha. Yes, I think we've seen it's had a devastating effect. The lockdown in general, not only the school closure, but obviously given that so many learners do rely on the National School Nutrition Programme, which provides vital nutrition to vulnerable learners, and for many it is the only proper meal they receive. So the extended school closure has certainly had a devastating impact on these learners. Before the pandemic struck, there were already 2.5 million children in South Africa who experienced hunger. And during from mid-March until the 1st of June, the NSNP was suspended. We were not allowed to use that funding for feeding, as you know. So we managed to get some additional funding from the Provincial Treasury for the feeding program, but it was certainly not as effective as it would be during schooling. But nevertheless, we still managed during that the emergency feeding program to serve over 2 million meals to children who otherwise would not have received those. So it is very concerning, and I think the Premier has also mentioned before, this is now going to be the next pandemic, hunger and poverty. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I don't see any further follow-up questions. Thank you. We now move over to question 12. I recognise the Honourable Minister Murray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Barnes, for this question. The Department believes that transformation is an important requirement in ensuring the sector is open and accessible to all. We also believe that transformation is not limited to one aspect only, but incorporates gender, race, class, disability, rural, peri-urban and urban divide. Given this understanding, the approach towards transformation followed by the Department and me is accept that transformation is an ongoing process and needs to be part of the ongoing sport agenda. Annually, the Department makes funding available to all federations for their development, including for specific transformation initiatives. Over the last decade, numerous federations have benefited from these funds for their transformation projects and programs. In addition to our work with federations, we have also focused on expanding access at school level. The Mass Opportunity Access and Development and the Neighbouring Schools programs spearheaded by the Department provide learners at 327 schools with exposure and opportunities in 16 priority codes, including cricket. The work of these programs was confirmed in the Case for Sport in the Western Cape, Socioeconomic Benefits and Impacts of Sport and Recreation 2018 report compiled by the Interdisciplinary Centre of Excellence for Sport Science and Development at the University of the Western Cape, which noted that the program has assisted greatly with the transformation of sport in the province and country by reversing historical inequities and ensuring that opportunities are provided for the needy and marginalized. Furthermore, the program has contributed to improved school sport structures, complementing the prioritizing of physical education in the curriculum and for formation of school sport leagues. The MOT Centres and its neighbouring schools program assists with the support and formation of school sport and club structures within previously underserved communities, ensuring community development through the school and club network, promoting the development and transformation of sport in the province. Our department, via the MOT program and its neighbouring schools initiative, also support and fund the Western Cape Provincial Sports Confederation, who are the custodians of recreation and sport in the province, mandated by the Transformation Charter. The advocacy around transformation has seen associations taking on the challenge. In the Western Province Cricket Association Transformation Committee report for the 2019-20 season, the Western Province Cricket Association targeted transformation as outlined in Cricket South Africa's Eminent Persons Group Report 2019, as well as effective transformation by focusing on Black Africans, women and people with a disability in cricket. And the Western Cape Cricket Association Transformation Committee unpacked the areas of concerns raised by the latest 2019 EPG report, which saw the Cricket Association qualify by reaching above 60% for the incentive scorecard, a feat only 3 Cricket South Africa members affiliates could achieve. Furthermore, the challenge of redress and gender equity was addressed in some way by increasing the number of females on all board and subcommittees, as well contracting female provincial cricketers. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I recognise Honourable Barnes first, then Honourable Allen, and then Honourable Kama.
Speaker. Deputy Speaker, my follow-up will be on cricket specifically. We've seen untold stories surfacing the past month or so with regards to cricket, and one of our own within Cape Town, down in Harlem Avenue here in Cape Town, Mr. Tammy Tsolekile being one of the people being constantly on social media with the allegations of cricket and racism against him. We know that he has been suffering a ban of 12 years and being perceived as a ringleader of match fixing and received this ban for game manipulation. What I would want to know is that as the department, what have we done seeing that Butami Tsolekile is one of us within this province? Are we willing to take a stand by saying that as this province, I understand now there's a committee that is dealing with transformation, but can this committee or the MEC herself commit into saying that we will support having a commission of inquiry on sport with regards to racism, because we cannot afford to have another Tammy Tsolekile running around having to go under a ban of 12-year-old and getting to the truth of these untold stories. What I would want to know from the MEC is, will she be able to support a commission of inquiry on sport to ensure that we don't have another Tammy coming in a manner like this into media space? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Barnes. Honourable Minister Murray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Barnes. I will look into the fact if we can have a commission of inquiry, but I will ensure you that we will look into any racism of any sort in this province. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I then recognise Honourable Allen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. To the Minister, obviously I appreciate the initial reply that transformation is key towards ensuring that the sector is open and accessible. I would like to know from the Minister, in terms of a department and under the leadership of the Minister, if the Minister is able to explain to the House any work done or any activities done to advance the agenda of women in sport. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Honourable Allen. Yes, we do have this Commission for Women in Sport, and we're busy with all the codes to look into the matter, speaking to women in sport, to see that we will have more women in sport. And then also we're on gender-based violence at this moment to include sport to address these phenomenon that's coming through. But I will give you a list of all the initiatives. I will send it through to you, but we're busy with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I recognise Honourable Kama.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Most of my question, Deputy Speaker, was covered by Honourable Barnes, but I wanted to really understand, because before you are able to really transform the sport, you must ensure that we deal with racism in cricket. Now, I want to understand, before we even reach a stage of a commission of inquiry, is the Minister saying that after all this, even before the incident of Tolekile coming out, who is from the province. But from the point where some were really coming out about racism in cricket, is the department saying that there's not been any engagement with the association in the province, so that the department is able to guide the association to assure the citizens of the province that such will be looked into and ensure that it does not happen in the case of developing sport in general in the province. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our confederation is in contact with all the associations or the cricket codes, and to look into this matter and to see that such racism will never happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable. Thank you, Minister. Honourable Murray.
Thank you so much. Minister, you on very tricky ground here. You know, we fought before 1994 political interference in how sport is run, prescriptive to sporting bodies about how they should run their affairs and which colored players can play. Are you prepared to enter this fray and come with your own ideas? And to what extent are you prepared to interfere in sport? In other words, what do you understand by transformation? The questioner never explained what is meant by transformation. You just talk of, are you in favor of quotas? Are you in your department prepared to say, we want certain quotas in sport depending on national or provincial demographics, like the equity principle? What do you understand by transformation, Minister? And to what extent are you, as a minister, prepared to interfere in how sport bodies run their sport?
Thank you, Honourable Murray. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy. Honourable Murray, as I've said, that transformation is not limited to one aspect only, but incorporates gender, race, class, disability, rural, peri-urban, and urban divide. And no, I'm not in favor of quotas. It's all about competence, and the Confederation and the department is handling all the codes through our confederations and federations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. That brings us to the end of questions for oral reply. Outstanding replies will be printed in the Hansard. If I can just ask the Honourable members to lower their hands. We will now proceed to questions to the Premier without notice. I now recognise, and just to remind you that there are 2 follow-ups by the member posing the question. I now recognise the Honourable over to Honourable Makamba Bochia. One minute. Honourable Allen, is that a point of order? I will lower his hand. I think it's from before.
So,
all right. Honourable Makamba Bochia, you may begin.
Thank you.
Problem.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Are we now dealing with question 12? My apologies.
We're dealing with questions to the Premier without notice.
Deputy Speaker, can you please pass? I'll come back in the next few minutes. Sorry.
All right. I then recognise Honourable Brinkcase. Honourable Brinkcase, are you online? I'm going to move on. If the IT can just check why Honourable Brinkcase is not online, I will then now move over to Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, to the Premier, I would just, the question is that we have the Premier in his state of the province, but that we're going to move the provincial traffic over to highway patrol. Now, when you drive, you see the highway patrol. What I want to know is, did that make a difference on our roads? And are they fully equipped to do the work? And are they working 24-hour shifts? Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Honourable Christians, for the question. Yes, so perhaps I should go back to the idea of highway patrol versus provincial traffic. And the idea is that highway patrol is much more than just a mechanism for monitoring movement of vehicles, speed of vehicles, and licensing. I think, as I said during the launch of the safety plan, our provincial roads are managed, and what we need is when you get stopped in a roadblock by one of our traffic officials, that they don't just ask to see your driver's license, they don't just ask to see whether the disc on your vehicle aligns to the number plate and whether the technology can work out that you actually own that vehicle. We need to go much further than that, that in actual fact there's a dog sniffing at your boot to see whether you are smuggling drugs, arms, or perlemun. So in other words, that was the whole concept and idea. We already have a great system. And maybe then to the second part of your question, which talks about the enabling environment of that specific highway patrol or those traffic officials. And quite frankly, it is mind-blowing the technology use that they're able to use in making sure that we link that to the safety plan so that traffic is not seen as separate to policing. Our highway patrols and our roadways are the mechanism and the space that criminals move from place to place, and of course also move their illegal substances or contraband in the economy of illegality in our province. And if I'm not sure whether you've been part or the standing committee's been part of some of the presentations of the department in looking at that technology, from those handheld devices that can pick up your number plate as you're driving towards them and then make a decision as to whether they should stop you or not, because it can show anything from outstanding fines to the speed that you've been traveling between your last measurement and that one. For example, if you were on the N7 and you'd been caught or you'd been seen and tracked 100 kilometers earlier on, that system will automatically work out your average speed over distance as that official looks at that handheld device. And of course, it goes much further than that, because that's also how we can monitor whether there's duplication in the registration numbers. From a data point of view, they also have partnerships and linkages in with neighborhood watches, the camera systems that are at either public or private, and those partnerships actually bring all of that data together in a management system that really is quite amazing. I remember when the system was used during a break-in and robbery at one of our prominent hotels in the city of Cape Town, and I remember phoning Minister Madikizela and saying, please, won't you engage your traffic system, not the policing system, your traffic system, to try and track these individuals. Here are the two registration numbers of the getaway cars. And our traffic system managed to track the movement of these vehicles, and within hours we had arrests. So absolutely the technology and the ability of them to play a very prominent role in safety is key. And I think thus far they've shown that they really are able to, and I really look forward to, this innovative way of joining up with our traffic or highway patrol linked into police and our metro police, and using even our rural systems and using technology across all these layers, that we bring all of that together. And some of it's easily done, some of it takes time, but step by step and week by week, this type of technology using that force that is out there managing the conduits and linkages between towns and suburbs is something that really does play a key role in making this a safer province.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Follow-up question, Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we, of course, are all very familiar with highway patrol. We were brought up in the CHIPS era, California Highway Patrol, so we familiar with that. But Premier, with these additional powers that these officers received, did they receive additional powers, and were they trained, and also are they properly equipped to perform the task?
Thank you. Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much. I think initially what it is, it's about a different mindset and focus. So if you say to someone, you are a traffic official, or you are now a highway patroller, as you said, what you grew up with, it is just a mindset change. So in other words, I'm not just monitoring traffic, I'm patrolling this highway in the interest of safety of the people of this province. So I think that's the first step. But when it comes to training and technology and the use of and where people work and the partnerships, I mean, that is the part of the safety plan that is evolving all the time. For the specific training programs, I mean, there are lots of them enabling these officers to have even more and more of an ability to intervene, to use their own intelligence that they have linked into the system, and of course what they know within those areas that they work. And that's why you see more and more drug busts happening, more and more criminals getting apprehended through this system, understanding that a suburb might be linked to another suburb or another town through this conduit, and how this system becomes that partner in the policing process. And that is really key as to how we build this forward.
Thank you. Another one, over to you, Honourable Christians. Honourable Marais, this is only by the member who posed the question. Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've asked it initially, but I would just want to hear, Premier. Are they working around the clock 24 hours? Previously, the provincial traffic did not do that. Are they working around the clock? And secondly, I'm asking the question about are they properly equipped? I know a few years ago it was in the papers where they were traffic cops and they were required to work 24 hours, but they did not have the necessary equipment. Not all of them were armed with firearms and those type of things. So that's why I'm asking that question. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much for that question. And I apologize, you reminded me about the 24 hours, so the answer is yes. And of course, when it comes to training, obviously specifics, you know, when someone qualifies, it depends at what level they're qualified at. And of course, if you want firearm training, it's a separate sign-off process. I know that because of the law enforcement officers, but those obviously each layer of training has to take place. I don't have the exact details. I mean, obviously, if you want to know what percentage of the officials are trained in firearm usage, we need to have that detailed question put in. But definitely and continually training and continually innovating and continually looking at renewing technology and the ability to use technology to keep ahead of the curve and understanding how that definitely helps us to fight crime and violence prevention within the province. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. I now recognise Honourable Bosman.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, through you, the Premier recently communicated a great deal on what he calls the second pandemic of unemployment, poverty and hunger. Please will the Premier elaborate on what this pandemic means, especially what it means for the Western Cape?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the Honourable Member for the question. Yes, absolutely. I think it was becoming more and more evident after lockdown, you know, that initial lockdown period, that hunger was something that was spreading across our province and across our country. Not only just in this second pandemic that I called about hunger, starvation, malnutrition and unemployment. I mean, the numbers that we're seeing and the growth in the numbers into this, what I call the second pandemic, are quite frightening. For example, I mean, this was part of the motivation I can remember for the Premier's Coordinating Council, you know, that of the 3 million people in South Africa that have lost their jobs, 55% of those 3 million people fall within the lowest 10% quintile of our country. So in other words, the poorest 10% of our population lost the most jobs during this lockdown period. And we know what that means, that we're just growing poverty now. I mentioned earlier that at the food security space, that in the beginning of the lockdown, we sat with about 25% of the population not knowing where their next meal was coming from, and that has grown now to 47% of the population. We know in this province that in the hospitality industry, we already over 104,000 jobs lost. We know that in the construction industry, it's 41,000 jobs down. We know that in the informal sector, we're talking about 28. It's nearly 30,000 jobs down. We also know that, as per the earlier question, losing thousands of jobs to the wine industry. So all of that puts a massive pressure on our system, and that is that next pandemic. So it is critical that we understand what it is. And then I can say that as a government, we've already started, we started nearly 2 weeks ago tomorrow with our Bospraat on what is the new focus of this government, bearing in mind we're not out of the woods yet with COVID-19. We might have much lower infection rates, but we've got to continually wall-to-wall monitor our hotspots, making sure that where we do see an outbreak in COVID-19, we go in, we put that bushfire out like we were doing right in the beginning. We've almost gone full circle from a hotspot management point of view in identifying cases, and we won't stop that. But we've now got to change our focus to dealing with this second pandemic, and that means we need to learn all the lessons. I mean, we've learned great lessons during the last 5 months as a government, allowing innovation to happen. And that innovation came from the government officials themselves. It wasn't in a plan. It wasn't said, you will create a paperless hospital, or you will partner with a taxi industry and get nurses to hospital, get them to work and home using an app. That came out through the innovation and through government officials looking at finding solutions to get through this. We're going to use exactly that same kind of enabling environment that allows us, and the same focus and passion to say, let's use that same process and that same focus to alleviate pandemic 2. That means finding dignity for people who've lost their jobs and can't feed their families. That means, finding a job or bringing that job back for someone who's been retrenched, allowing that entrepreneur to enable them to get going and new businesses to open, all the same while keeping a serious focus on safety and violence prevention. So those 3 areas of focus. Now, we did that 2 weeks ago. We've already started putting the nuts and bolts to those to the recovery plans. That will go again in 2 weeks' time. We'll talk to the mayors across the province at the PCF, and then we go to our second stage strategic planning, which is on the 2nd of September. And then, of course, we should be able to then make public and obviously table here more meat onto the recovery plan on dealing specifically with that pandemic number 2.
Thanks, Honourable Premier. Honourable Bosman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If I could, through you, Deputy Speaker, ask the Premier in what ways the Premier has engaged with national government to raise the concerns about this second pandemic, and if the Premier could perhaps elaborate on what the response from national government has been.
Thank you. Over to you, Premier.
Thank you very much for that follow-up. I think, first of all, the engagement through the PCC primarily, but of course, as you know, that especially during the height of the pandemic in this province, we had lots of interaction with the President, the various ministers at a national level. But right down to now, where there was much more focus, and rightfully so, in other provinces where the pandemic was much higher than it was here, that we continue to engage through the PCC. I think a lot of focus put into the PCC in the last 2 weeks and feeding into it to try to influence the further opening of the economy to avert this pandemic. So the details that I've just spoken to you about, I mean, obviously our presentation was longer than that, but just talking about the memory of what we were positioning and pitching, both in writing, but then also in the fora. And then, of course, we hold our cabinets twice a week the hotspot reports, the COVID-19 pandemic extended cabinet report. They go every single week to the president and the PCC so that we report back and say this is exactly what we are doing in the province. And those reports highlight not only our COVID-19 response, but also start to highlight the other responses, like the humanitarian responses that have been going from the beginning under the leadership of Minister Fernandes. But of course, now we need to take it further. The economic stuff, the safety stuff, Minister Fritz and Minister Mania, making sure that we are feeding that information into that national level, we're highlighting what we're doing, where the blockages are, and what we need to be doing differently. And I think that debate now needs to be moved into almost a new frequency. So I think we've seen, as I've been asked before, is what's the frequency like now in PCCs? They are less than they were when it was much more urgent, and I suppose in the beginning. And now we need to see the same urgency in our PCC meetings and our engagements in addressing the consequences of long extended lockdowns and the consequences of what we've gone through as COVID-19 pandemic in this country, which is now what is that recovery plan going to be like? Thank you.
Thank you. Your final follow-up, Honourable Bosman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Through you to the Premier. Premier, in light of national government not delivering because of the constant looting of funds meant for the most vulnerable, and national government not being able to deliver on the resources promised to the people of the Western Cape, does the Premier expect the province to play the biggest role and for national government just to be once again just a spectator?
Thank you to the honourable member for that question. I think, obviously the thing that affects us as citizens and as a government the most is that, we were almost told to spend in faith. Don't worry was what the president said when he came to visit us at the opening of the CTICC. You don't have to worry about the finances. That we'll sort out. We just need to make sure we have a world-class response. Well, that's exactly what we did in the province. We have, as expected, around about a 5.3 billion rand response. And the first adjustment, which you have all dealt with through this House, of 3 billion rand. We were given those assurances, but I think, as we all know, we are not seeing that money. And I think the biggest problem is that whether it's borrowing our existing budgets and rejigging our existing budgets, every single time that we lose 1 rand in this province that should be coming to us, that means 1 rand has to be cut somewhere else. And unfortunately, in this system, when you have to cut from frontline services. So really, it punishes the citizens of this province when we don't actually get that follow through. And that's why I think it is critical that we play our role in the Western Cape as to dealing with corruption, making sure that we spend the money where it needs to be spent, making sure that we are efficient and effective. But of course, you can only do so much. And I do know, as we've had the warnings going forward, that our budgets are going to be under serious pressure over the next 2 to 3 years, noting that we're going to have 7 to 8% reduction in our economic growth. Not just a recession, a major depression is expected in South Africa. So quite frankly, we have got a tough road ahead.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Honourable members, that's brought us to the end of questions to the Premier without notice. Honourable Makamba Borchi, I just want to remind you that these questions are a draw, and obviously there is a time limit. If you forfeit your draw position for the first time, you risk not having the opportunity again. So please, can I make sure that in future you take up that position that you have been given in order to ensure that your question will be answered. So unfortunately, you have not had that opportunity, even though you were first in that draw. So that brings us to the end. We now move on to statements by members in terms of Rule 145. I now recognize the DA.
Deputy Speaker, the impact of the mismanagement of the pandemic at a national level is burdened heavily on the shoulders of South Africans. We move to level 2 of the nationwide lockdown as the announcement by the President aims to reopen the economy and to restore livelihoods while remaining vigilant in the fight against COVID-19. But Deputy Speaker, it appears that the President and his cadres are not serious about fighting this bilateral pandemic, and the evidence speaks for itself. They conveniently forgot the commitment to provincial governments and mentioned nothing of recovering money squandered or relief to dwindling sectors. Deputy Speaker, while South Africa was shut down, vultures stood by. The ANC can never be trusted to uphold the basic rights of its citizens or be trusted with the promise to better the lives of South Africans. The Western Cape is now able to move to level 2 with a strengthened healthcare system and a surplus in bed capacity under a capable government. Remaining ahead of the curve in the province and with the same commitment, the provincial government started fighting the secondary pandemic with the same focus and intensity. Deputy Speaker, it took a pandemic to finally open the eyes of South Africans to see the ANC for who they are. The ANC does not deserve to be in government anywhere. Deputy Speaker, as South Africans soldier on, as they restore their lives in dignity and rebuilding their livelihoods, the DA-run Western Cape government will continue to be of service to the people of this province. Deputy Speaker, we had a sense of what to expect, but never realized the intensity of the pandemic till it hit home. It is testimony similar to those of Mrs. Beryl Williams, as she made a jovial exit out of the Brockengate facility yesterday, thanking Premier Windy and the Western Cape government. That is a manifestation, whatever we might face over the next few months. This DA-led Western Cape government will again deliver and be of service to all its people. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I'm handing over to the Speaker. Thank you, members.
Honourable members, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable members, I recognize the ANC.
Honourable Speaker.
You're welcome, Honourable Mvimbi.
Honourable Speaker, over 40 murders and 20 attempted murders related to taxi violence were recorded since the beginning of the year. The high-risk areas include Bellville, Blukombos, Ceres, Masphumelele, Mbekweni, and Nyanga. In the latest spate of violence, a commuter died while another commuter as well as a taxi operator were wounded in a shooting at the Bellville taxi rank last week, while in Ceres, a taxi boss was murdered in front of his home on Tuesday this week. At the center of these conflicts are issues of operating permits and routes invasions. It is a fight over territory by the dominant associations in the province. In order to address these challenges, a decisive government leadership is needed. Sadly, this seems to be lacking in the provincial government of the Western Cape. We hope that we will get tangible and substantive reasons behind the real causes of this violence without relying on gossip and rumors, as it seems to be the case at the present moment. We welcome the arrest of 7 suspects implicated in the Bellville shootings, which included an ANC councillor who was released without being charged. The ANC is of the firm view that the law must take its course and no stone should be left unturned in the process of the investigation. We hope that the Honourable Provincial MEC and the provincial government of the Western Cape will get to work and resolve the real
Thank you, Honourable Mvimbi.
Stop treating the
Thank you very much,
Honourable
Mvimbi. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable.
Honourable members, I now recognize the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF calls for the University of Stellenbosch to take the harshest disciplinary action against a number of its students who disguised hate speech and dehumanizing content as memes. This follows after a number of second-year science students at the university shared memes on a WhatsApp group in which jokes were made about child molestation, gender-based violence, racism, homophobia, and sexism. Moreover, a number of students at the university further reported that gender-based violence was prevailed on campus and that the memes were threatening to normalize all forms of violence at the institution. As EFF, we condemn this disgusting behavior in the strongest terms, as we live in a society where children, women, people of color, and gay lesbian communities experience all forms of abuse and discrimination on a daily basis. We also call for those occupying positions dealing with disciplinary measures at the university to be removed from the positions, and the university has constantly failed to apply its disciplinary code on students who violate the university's discriminatory and harassment policy. The distribution of hate speech and dehumanization content aimed at marginalized groups in our communities has no place in our society. More so, coming from students who should be stimulating societal change for the better. The university has allowed such behavior to go on for a long time, to an extent that it has now become deeply entrenched and turned into sickness. That university requires new leadership that will stimulate cultural change in the line with the South Africans' constitutional values of equality, Ubuntu, and human dignity. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Poja. Honorable members, I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, at a time when the residents live from hand to mouth, our leaders in Pretoria have been hard at work by either misappropriating public funds or engaged in gross incompetence. One of the biggest challenges has been to allow our Provincial Department of Social Development to fully support and to open early childhood development centres that are further able to care for our children. To continue on their trajectory of irrational decisions during this time of crisis, the National Department of Social Development has allocated 1.3 billion to employ over 30,000 untrained early childhood development compliance monitors. This is reckless expenditure of emergency funding that they are considering. And this considering that many ECDs are financially crippled due to the extensive lockdown, which allowed their reopening only late last month. There are 1,600 ECD centres registered in the Western Cape and at least 2,600 unregistered ECD centres. And when more than half of South African children face poverty and ECDs are a lifeline for so many, it is incomprehensible that Minister Lindiwe Zulu is spending taxpayers' money on compliance monitors. This money carries a hefty opportunity cost. It's that of assisting existing ECDs and their practitioners by providing COVID-19 PPE and contributing to those ECDs which struggle to fund the salaries of the teachers and care workers. When children are starving and deprived of education, we should be funding the very vehicles which provide them with nourishment, learning, and opportunities, and these are ECDs. Even before the official opening of ECDs, the Western Cape had already prioritized over 10 million for early childhood development. This is beyond the scope of the province's responsibility. Speaker, this sector has been decimated and children have not had a safe space, but now Pretoria wants to focus on policing under the guise of compliance, something which we already do in this province. Are these compliance monitors just another opportunity for the ANC-led national government to give jobs to their political friends?
Thank you, Honorable Postman.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Postman. Honorable members, I recognize the good party. Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, South Africans are sick to death of greedy opportunists, dishonest politicians, and careless governments using our coffers as a cash cow for their friends, political parties, and themselves. Some of us have expressed outrage at COVID-19 procurement corruption happening elsewhere, but without any scrutiny of what is happening right here in our province and in our towns and cities. The City of Cape Town's disastrous and inhumane Strandfontein camp operated for 6 weeks and cost the people of the city a whopping 53 million rand. Included in that 53 million rand is 44 million rand for tent hire. That is obscene. For 53 million rand, the city could have acquired a building and refitted it to be a permanent solution for the homeless. But just look at how quickly and at what cost the CTICC was converted into a highly advanced hospital with 800 beds. This procurement demonstrates poor judgment and financial recklessness. It stinks of funds being funneled to so-called COVIDpreneurs. I've submitted the evidence to the AG and I've asked the SIU to investigate this procurement under the President's special COVID-19 proclamation. We must know who benefited, and we must know if the rumours that the contracts went to well-known gang lords are true. Wasteful expenditure must be recovered. Then there's the Western Cape Education Department's 87 tenders for PPE amounting to 112 million rand. A single supplier got 74 of the 87 tenders and were paid 111.8 million rand, or 99.8% of all PPE spending. That supplier is a closed corporation called Masikama Trading 1057, clearly a shelf company. It has absolutely no digital presence, no website, and no business address. It has no obvious track record in the supply of medical equipment, and it appears to operate out of a residential address in Edgemead. Who is Masikama Trading? How do they get 100% of all the education department spend and earn themselves a whopping 111.8 million rand?
Honorable Heron, thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable members, I recognize the ACTP. Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it is sad that yet reported in the media that the seven-year-old girl was raped. This incident occurred in Beverly Hills, Grabouw, where the community is in uproar. A male in his 30s appeared in the Grabouw Magistrate Court on Monday. Residents protested in front of the court to show their dissatisfaction where the accused appeared. The ACDP is asking Minister Albert Fritz to include this case in his court-watching briefs so that this case can be monitored and tracked so that justice can be done. It is really shameful and disgusting that these inhumane, immoral conduct happens in a month where so much efforts are made to highlight the level of gender-based violence. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I recognize the ANC.
What order they?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, it was Karl Marx who taught us that, and I quote, men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past. Also, Speaker, this read together with the argument that Karl Marx and Engels make in the Communist Manifesto, and I quote, that the history of all hitherto existing in society is the history of class struggles, close quote. In that, you must also draw lessons from the current fight against gender-based violence. An analysis of the history of struggle will show a systematic triple oppression against women who were always made bystanders in a battle of men, socialized to economically benefit through their male counterparts, hence the past employability of men against women. In a quest to change the historic injustice against women, the ANC calls on the Western Cape government to present its measured plans to empower women and address gender inequalities. The plan should reflect a political will to change the domination of men in government structure in the appointment of boards and should reflect an economic plan to emancipate women. I welcome the anticipated introduction of the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Bill of 2020 and the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill as means to tighten laws which guide responses to GBV-related offences, and that it will be a victim-centered approach. One cannot expect that teaching a young boy how to treat his little sister will be enough in changing the attitude of men against women, as they do not make their own history under self-selected circumstances, but those transmitted from the past, with their past being that of class struggle. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable members, I now recognize the DA.
Honorable Speaker, last week, the Minister of Police presented the crime statistics for the first quarter covering the period of April to June. This is a first, and a call that the DA has made on numerous occasions. Quarterly stats will provide safety stakeholders with a better indication of how best to use our resources in a data-led and evidence-driven approach. I welcome the 27.4% decrease in the murder rate, but remain deeply concerned about gang-related murders in the Western Cape. Unfortunately, a docket analysis by SAPS show that in the cases where the circumstances of murder were known, it was reported that of the 63 gang-related murders in the country, 59 were in the Western Cape. Speaker, gang violence in the province perpetuates the system of social ills and continues to ruin the lives of many residents, and it cannot continue unabated. It should be noted, Speaker, that although this is the first time the quarterly crime stats are released, in essence, this is the lockdown crime stats for a period when all South Africans were effectively under house arrest by the ANC government, which has become increasingly authoritarian and not a true reflection of the crime situation in South Africa. Speaker, during the lockdown, we have witnessed unprecedented numbers of police officers and army personnel on the streets who, in many cases, ended up criminalizing ordinary law-abiding citizens by enforcing draconian regulations masterminded by a power-hungry ANC. As such, Speaker, we are mindful that although some decreases in certain crime categories have been communicated, this requires a swift but comprehensive analysis. In good faith, Speaker, the Western Cape government is leading the data-led approach and have already supplemented the safety efforts with the deployment of 500 officers in February 2020. My hope is that with the first in the release of the quarterly crime stats, SAPS will soon supplement the police force to fully capacity.
Honorable Allen, thank you very much. Your time is up.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable members, I now recognize the FF Plus, Honorable Murray.
Thank you, Speaker. The Freedom Front Plus notes with great concern, emanating from both local and global perspectives, the very high infection and death rates of diabetic sufferers from COVID-19. This in part is due to the fluctuation in their blood glucose levels and their affected immune systems. Therefore, we call on both the central and provincial governments of the Western Cape to increase its health budget and ring-fence such increased allocations to fight diabetes and create a greater awareness, coupled with glucose testing campaigns, especially among identified vulnerable communities. We make an appeal to the Western Cape Minister of Health to ensure that chronic medication for diabetes and other chronic diseases are more readily available at health institutions in the Western Cape, on which the indigent poor people solely rely because they do not have private medical aid. And this is our appeal. Let's concentrate on wiping out diabetes on the same scale as we've done with HIV, with tuberculosis, and with COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Murray. Honorable members, I now recognize Al-Jama, Honorable Brankes.
Thank you, Speaker. Al-Jama wish to salute the thousands of women who marched to the Union buildings in Pretoria on the 9th of August 1956 to protest against the past laws. And today, women are still marching and protesting against the current laws, especially of the Western Cape government, and especially against a budget, 1 million rand ward budget. How can 1 million rand be a budget for a ward of 50,000 people. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Brenkes. Honorable members, I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, both the President and Premier Alan Winde called on all political parties to work together to defeat a common threat. It is my hope that renewed vigor for multi-party cooperation can be leveraged to defeat more of our socio-economic challenges. The first instance of this concerns housing. The recently published regulations specifically prevent eviction of unlawful land occupiers without a court order. I know that Member Herren has complimented his National Alliance partner, Dr. Dlamini Zuma, for the regulations. If the member could take this one step further and utilize the member's party political coalition with the ANC in Pretoria, we would welcome his efforts to lobby his party leader for the release of land so that we can build more homes. Speaker, there is a second instance of cooperation which we need. This relates to the importance of dedicated oversight and scrutiny of our executive by all parties. In this, I welcome Member Maran's commitment to oversight of human settlements engagement this week in the West Coast. We do indeed need opposition parties to support efforts of accountability. But for this reason, I would also support Member Maran in encouraging a fellow member of his own party and the committee member Lily to join us. This would be far better than politicizing public housing with ANC-led municipalities, and certainly a great deal better than protesting without PPE in large crowds, for example. Speaker, the DA will continue to protect the rights of private property owners, defend public land intended for illegitimate beneficiaries, and release government land for housing projects, which will enable thousands to enjoy the dignity of owning their own homes. I trust that members of the opposition will join us in achieving victories for the poor and marginalized in this time of COVID-19 and the second pandemic of poverty. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Maseko. Honorable members, that concludes member statements. In terms of Rule 145, subsection 6, the members of the executive ministers have the opportunity to respond to any of the statements, and that is no more than 5 minutes allocated time. So I now give an opportunity to the cabinet members if they so wish to respond.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister Schaefer.
Thank you very much. I would just like to address two of the issues that were raised. First one, of course, being the issue of the Western Cape Education Department tender. First of all, obviously, the reason why this has become public is, of course, because we are the only government that has, in fact, made our procurement open to public scrutiny. And I would really hate for political opportunism to be used to try and show my department as having done something wrong. Masikame Trading was appointed by us, in fact, in 2017. We procured the services via the competitive bidding process for the supply and delivery of cleaning, gardening, and electrical supplies for all of our schools and offices for a period of 3 years, which is going to be ending on the 30th of September this year. It's a contract of convenience, and orders are placed as and when required. So we have actually been able to ensure that our schools were in fact prepared for reopening on the 1st of June because we are of this contract of convenience. And it was not so that this company received everything. They were the supplier, but they sourced the products from various local manufacturers. they aren't required to be medical experts in medical equipment. It's not medical equipment, it's masks, it's sanitizers, it's cleaning and so forth, and temperature scanners that were largely required, which is perfectly within their capability. So to suggest that this is somehow underhanded or incorrect or even corrupt is absolutely incorrect. As far as the issue of DSD as well is concerned, you know, once again, perhaps the Honourable Heron should go and speak to his Minister De Lille regarding the Melissa Whitehead role in the washing line at Beitbridge. But the point is, as usual, there's a big rah-rah about handing over properties to us, and then suddenly they did not wish to pay for them. So we can't use properties that are not habitable for safe houses, and that is effectively what they've handed over. Then they said they would fix them up, but wanted us to pay for them, whilst we've told them all along we haven't the budget for that. So it's misrepresenting once again by saying hand over a useless building we can't use, and then complaining when the Western Cape government doesn't in fact use it for the purposes for which it was given. Just as far as the taxi industry is also concerned, Minister Madikizela has been engaging the taxi industry about the challenges mentioned by Honourable Mvimbi all along, and to accuse him or our government of absent leadership is complete political posturing. He meets with the taxi leadership on a very regular basis, and it's in fact the ANC that is contributing to the taxi problems and have been politicising the issue of the PAL violence since it started. So those are just the issues I'd like to respond to. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister Schaefer. Thank you, honourable members. That concludes member statements. We now move to the notices of motion. What is that sound now? Thank you for listening. Honourable members, then we now move to the notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the SDP moves that the House debates the ongoing torching of Golden Arrow buses. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. Honourable members, I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I move with notice that this House discusses to what extent the leasing of municipal land across the province contributes to the economic empowerment of historically marginalized communities and individuals. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Dagmo. Honourable members, I recognize Honourable Makamba Pocha.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to give notice that the House debates the failure of Western Cape government to adequately deal and address the issue of entrenched and institutionalized racist culture within the province.
Thank you, Honourable Makamba Pocha. Honourable members, I recognize the ANC. Honourable Said.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move with notice that this House debates why the Honourable Western Cape Premier does not want to work through the legislature when it comes to matters pertaining to rules and policies about extended contracts to employees such as the Head of Education in the Western Cape. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Said. Honourable members, I now recognize Honourable Kaiko.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF that the House notes the debate of the escalating taxi violence that continues to engulf the public transport industry within the Western Cape province. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Kaiko. Honourable members, I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move with notice that this House discusses the failure of the chairperson of the Provincial Legislature Portfolio Committee on Local Government to convene a meeting to discuss allegations against the Honourable MEC Anton Bredell and officials of the provincial government, and considers what steps can be taken to ensure that this committee plays its oversight role without fear or favour. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Dagmo. Honorable members, I recognize Honorable Smith.
Honorable Speaker.
You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, basically Member Smith has indicated that he will no longer be making it for today's sitting, so his motions will not be read.
Thank you, Honorable the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Taiko.
Thank you, Speaker. Motion with notice. I rise on behalf of the EFF to give notice that the House debate the Western Cape municipalities' failure to create adequate housing provisions for farm dwellers. I so move. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Taiko. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Bagubagu Force.
Thank you, Speaker. I move motion with notice on behalf of the ANC that this House deliberates on the DA followers' affinity towards talks and plans of cessation in the Western Cape, especially in the run-up to election. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Bagubagu Force. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Said.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move with notice that this House notes that a group of Muslim men of the Western Cape in an open letter asked for gender equity guidelines from the Muslim Judicial Council. Further notes that this follows an outburst at the Parkwood Mosque by Maulana Dawud Samson, in which he demeaned women, while Samson has apologized, and that this House discusses the toxic discourse of gender insensitivity by men in positions of authority in the Western Cape. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Said. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Taiko.
You can move on, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Taiko. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Said.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move with notice that this legislature discusses the finding of the Public Service Commission that the further appointment of the Head of Department of Education, Brian Schroeder, to March 2021, after he turned 65 in 2017 as not being regular, also notes the investigation found this legislature is ignored in the further extension of his employment, and urges the Western Cape Premier Alan Winde to without delay approach the courts for and we basically urge the Western Cape Premier Alan Winde to without delay approach the courts for a declaratory order to set aside Schroeder's appointment. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Said. Honorable members, I recognize Honorable Said again.
Honorable Speaker, I move with notice that this legislature discusses the Special Investigation Unit of SAP's probe into the Western Cape government with regards to COVID-19 procurements of personal protection equipment, where bid manipulation and leaked documents have allegedly occurred. Fraudulent hand sanitizers were allegedly bought, and procurement was allegedly not regular. Further discusses the procurement of neurological microscope equipment as well as the procurement of food parcels which are being investigated. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Said. Honorable members, that concludes the notices of motion. We are now going to consider the motions without notice. I now recognize the Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP is saddened by the death of Apostle Glenn Levendal, who died on Sunday, the 16th of August 2020. Apostle Lewandowski, former Deputy Mayor and Speaker of the Bito Municipality, was the ACTB branch chairman and local government candidate for 2016. Speaker Apostle Lewandowski was also the senior pastor of Elim Care Ministries International and also the president of Afro Global International Ministries. Our deepest sympathy and condolences go to his wife, his children and grandchildren. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians, honorable members. I now recognize Honorable Water.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House extends its sincere condolences to the family and friends of Leah Williams, who was shot during a service delivery protest in Laneville and died on Monday, the 17th of August 2020. That this House notes with great concern the innocent life lost to civil unrest and condemns protest of this nature. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family and friends. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Porter. Honorable members, I omitted to put the question to the House on the first motion. I wish to do so. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice?
No.
No objections. Motion agreed to. Motion by Honorable Porter. Are there any objections on the motion being moved without notice?
No.
Thank you, honorable members. No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize the Honorable Smith.
Honorable Smith is not here, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Said. My table staff has just advised. I now recognize Honorable Makamba Poche.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters without notice that the House notes that last week during the closing to Stellenbosch March, the Stellenbosch municipality used taxpayers' money to hire services of private security companies to defend the interest of the Stellenbosch mafia. Vetas, Red Ants, TSU Technical Response, and ABC Security were among the security companies hired by the municipality to operate alongside the police and municipal law enforcement agencies as VIP projection agents for the Stellenbosch mafia. This is evident that the municipality always has money and resources to defend the interest of the Rupert's and his white friends. However, the very same money and resources are not available when it comes to rendering services and advancing the interest of the poor communities in such as Kamandi, Azania, and Ngane. I so move, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Poche. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
Yes.
Objection has been noted, and the motion will be printed in the order paper. Thank you. In the Hansard. Thank you. Honorable members, now we move to the next motion by Honorable Brenkes.
Thank you, Speaker. The Al-Jama moves without notice the urgent need for private protective equipment for the various burial undertakers. Thank you, Speaker.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Brenkes. Are there any objections to the motion being read without notice, honorable members?
No.
Thank you, honorable members.
Speaker, we couldn't hear the motion.
Is that an objection?
Yes,
All right,
Speaker.
thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Objection is noted and the motion will be printed in the order paper. Now let us move, honorable members, to the next motion by Honorable Porter.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Before I read my motion, can I address you on this, Speaker?
Yes, you may, Honorable Porter.
I have prepared this motion in Afrikaans. I'm going to read it in English because of the language prescribed during this time for the sittings. However, I wish to request that this motion be sent to the family in Afrikaans as I have prepared it.
Granted, Honorable Porter.
Thank you very much, Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move that this House extends our sincere condolences to the wife of Gershwin Miller. Gershwin Miller was a sergeant at Pakketberg SAPS who sadly lost his fight against COVID-19. He sadly passed away on Monday, the 17th of August, 2020. He will sincerely be missed by the Pakketberg community as well as the police station in Pakketberg, where he served the community since May 2003. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family and colleagues at this time. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Botha. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No.
No objections. Motion agreed to. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Syed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice that this House notes the expanded searching in adverse conditions has not led to the Hout Bay community getting any sign of the missing 3-year-old boy who disappeared a week ago. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Syed. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Teko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Motion without notice. I rise on behalf of the EFF that the House note that on Tuesday, the 18th August 2020, a number of homes were blown away and damaged as a result of a strong wind accompanied by rain, inclement weather. This disaster was mostly experienced by those residing in townships and informal settlements, whilst other areas such as Kailisha, Nomzamo, Strand, and Marikana, and others also experienced floods as residents were forced out of their homes into the street. The EFF hopes that the City of Cape Town and the Western Cape Provincial Government, together with the disaster management area structures, will attend to the matter and assist these residents. I so move, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Teko. Honorable members, I recognize honorable members. Are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No objections.
No objections. Motion agreed to. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Allen.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House note the 19 drug-related arrests made by Metro Police over the course of the last week. This led to the confiscation of several parcels of illegal substances that would have made its way to our communities. That the House commends the contribution of law enforcement officers to fighting crime in the Western Cape. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Allen. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Van Vogel.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the PNC, I move without notice that the House, that the night St. Helena by Leon Williams died in the Red Cross Memorial Children's Hospital. He was shot in the head in his hometown during unrest on the 31st July, and unfortunately, the live machine was turned off on Monday. This House sent a message of consolation to his family and friends. So move. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Van Vogel. I'm not too sure whether the honorable members were able to hear everything, but I'll put the question. Are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? Honorable members?
We didn't hear it, Speaker. I was just about to say that.
Yeah, I thought so, Honorable Minister. I'm going to request, for the purposes of procedure, that we allow Honorable Van Vogel to try again, failing which we will not be able to entertain the motion because it has to be audible for the purposes of the records.
Am I
I'll now
audible?
afford the opportunity again, Honorable Venfachen.
Thank you, Speaker. Am I audible, Speaker?
You're much better than earlier, Honorable Venfachen. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Speaker, on behalf of the ANC, I move without notice that the House moves that the 9-year-old St. Helena baby, Leon Williams, died in the Red Cross Memorial Children's Hospital. He was shot in the head in his home during unrest on the 31st July, and unfortunately, the life support machine was turned off Monday. This house sent a message of consolation to his family and friends. I so much. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Venfachen. Honorable members, I now put the question.
No objection.
No objection, Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. The motion agreed to. Yeah, I can just say to the honorable members, you could gather the nature of the motion. So, Honorable Venfachen, we recognize your circumstances wherever you are. Reception is terrible. Now, honorable members, I recognize Honorable Makamba Boja.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of economic freedom fighters, I rise without notice that the House notes that the University of Cape Town's Geological Sciences Department has begun a project translating segments of the country's geological record into South African languages. The first project, titled Ukuthetha ngezifundo zomhlaba ngesiXhosa, aims to better represent the diversity of languages in South Africa and help transform the scientific discourse, which is currently exclusionary. This project is a step in the right direction, and it is time South Africans also engage and study various discourses in their native languages, which they better understand. Projects such as this one should be encouraged as they add to the transformation of the South African education system. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Boja. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No.
No objection. Motion agreed to. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Bosman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that the City of Cape Town delivered the highest service reach to homeless people under the nationwide COVID-19 lockdown. That the House notes that the city has housed more than double the number of homeless individuals than the entire Gauteng province, and that together the DA-led City of Cape Town and the Western Cape governments have demonstrated excellence in mobilizing emergency social relief efforts during this pandemic. I so move.
Objection. That's complete fabrication.
Order, honorable members. Noting that there's an objection, the motion will be printed in the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Bagubagu Force.
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC motion without notice that this House notes former moderator of the General Synod of the Dutch Reformed Church, Reverend Kobus Potgieter, died of COVID-19 related problems, and that at 99 years. He was the oldest surviving clergy of his denomination. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Bagubagu Force. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No.
No objections. Motion agreed to. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Taiko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF that the House knows without notice the sadness of the passing on of a veteran sports journalist, Sbusiso Msele,
Thank you, Honorable Taeko. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No.
No objections. Motion agreed to. And I now recognize Honorable van der Westhuizen.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move a motion without notice that this House notes that even under Level 2 regulations, the impact on the wine industry is still negative. Furthermore, that this House recognizes that the ban still prevents the sale of liquor from Friday to Sunday, which excludes particularly the wine tourism industry, as facilities will not be allowed to open for tastings or sales. This is a cause of major concern as the wine farms conduct the majority of their business over weekends. The continued ban on the industry will lead to the closure of many businesses, as well as the loss of livelihoods and income for the economy at a time when our focus should be to rebuild the economy and to recover the jobs that were lost. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable van der Westhuizen. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
Objection.
Thank you, Honorable members. The motion, there is an objection. Seeing that there is an objection, the motion will be recorded in the order paper, will be printed in the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Dagmo.
Honorable Speaker, motion without notice on behalf of the ANC. I move that this House commends all the members of the Knysna community that banded together from different communities across Knysna to transform an old refuse dump into a vegetable garden to produce food for impoverished and poor communities of Knysna. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable the Leader of the Opposition. Are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? Honorable members? No objection, motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable America.
Mr. Speaker, I move without notice that this House congratulates the DA-led George municipality for setting the standard for municipalities in the Western Cape and South Africa by publishing details of all its COVID-19 related expenditure. Speaker, this is a prime example of the DA's commitment to remain clear and transparent in all its work as government. Speaker, that this House further notes that the DA-led George municipality is a shining example that government should remain open, clear and transparent in putting its residents' interests first. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable America. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
Yes.
Objection is noted. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable members. Honorable members, seeing that there is an objection, the motion will be printed in the order paper. I now recognize Honorable Mkondlo.
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that this House considers the negative impact of COVID-19 to the hotel industry in the province, as one of the old establishments, the Lord Charles Hotel in Somerset West, closes down after 32 years of operations and will lay off all its workers. Calls on MEC Menir to present his plans of saving jobs for these workers and many in the hospitality and tourism sector, including any business rescue that has been offered to such companies by his department. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Nkondo. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No.
No objections, Speaker.
No objections. Motion agreed to. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Philander.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I move without notice that this House congratulates Ms. Heidi Blau at Heideveld Day Hospital for her exceptional and dedicated service to the community she serves. That this House further notes that the Provincial Health Department's efforts to deliver medication to thousands of patients at home during this time and the excellent dedication of staff to this cause. I so move, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Philander. Honorable members, I now recognize, I would like to put this to a question. Are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No.
No objections.
No,
Motion.
no objection. Thank you.
Thank you. No objections, honorable members. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move a motion without notice that this House notes a man who allegedly repeatedly raped his own daughter and granddaughter appeared in the Cape High Court on 20 counts on Monday and commends SAPS for arresting him in February after the abduction and murder of an Elsis River victim. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No.
No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Masego.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes the constitutional imperative for all spheres of government to address past injustices through meaningful redress, building social cohesion and trust through democratic processes. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Masego. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No.
No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the African National Congress, I move a motion without notice that this House notes two assailants attacked the root flats in Manenberg on Tuesday, killing 2 men, 22 and 25 years, and wounding 3 other people before fleeing the scene, and calls on the investigators to up their efforts to bring these criminals to book. Also notes the killers of a 60-year-old Parkwood woman who was shot in her car are also still fleeing. Further notes, police on Wednesday raided a Manenberg house, arrested a suspect gang member, 27, sought for murder and attempted murder, and also found drugs and assault rifle and illegal armor. So move.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No.
No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Philander.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House condemns violence in all its forms and the destruction of public property. I so move, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Philander. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No.
No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Barnes. Honorable Barnes. Honorable members, we'll probably get back to Honorable Barnes. I now recognize Honorable Maran. Honorable members, we'll come back to Honorable Maran. I now recognize Honorable Van Vogel.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move without notice that this House notes that Chairperson
Sorry, Speaker. I'm just checking. I'm lost now.
Are you winning, Honorable Van Vogel?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
You may proceed.
I move without notice that the House notes Chairperson of the Ministerial Advice Committee on COVID-19, Prof. Salim Abdul Karim, who urges all South Africans to strictly adhere to preventative actions or the killer pandemic could rebound and cause even stricter controls to be implemented. I so move. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Van Vogel. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No.
No objections. Motion agreed to. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the African National Congress, I move a motion without notice that this House notes what might be the Western Cape government's inability to deal with alleged perpetrators of gender-based violence in its structure of government, and that the House calls for the government to, without hesitation, suspend all suspect officials who are alleged to have committed such atrocious crimes until they faced the law. I so move.
Object.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Noting the objection, the motion will be printed in the order paper. Honorable members, order. I now recognize Honorable Maran. All right, okay. Thank you, honorable members. With your help, I now recognize Honorable Van Vogel.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move without notice that this House notes nothing happened so far to former Premier Helen Zille or her cheer squad in the promised investigation into a repeated lie that there are more racist laws today than under apartheid, and that the followers of the party agree with the twisted and fake reality. I so move.
Object. Objection.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Van Vogel, noting the objection, the motion will be printed in the order paper.
And the opposition.
I now recognize Honorable Kama.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the People's Movement, no, don't thanks, Speaker. I think I am done. Sorry.
It's not
Thank
the
you,
people's
Honorable Kama.
movement.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Kama says he is done. I think that's proper to announce that. Thank you. And then now I recognize Honorable Bagubagu Force. Done.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, ma'am.
On behalf of the ANC, I move motion without notice that this House notes a 6-year-old is one of the latest victims of rape in Grabo. Congratulates SAPS on the immediate arrest and call on the authorities to ensure that the alleged perpetrator, who is possible neighbor, does not get bail or later parole. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Bagubagu Force. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No objections. Motion agreed to. I now recognize Honorable Said.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice that this House, in light of transparency and better services, notes that the public representatives and members of this House as well that belong to the African National Youth, that belong to the African National Congress Youth League Provincial Executive Committee of the Western Cape will be undertaking independent lifestyle audits and that we commend the new generation of leaders in our province for their commitment to work for the people in transparency. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Said. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No.
Yes, party political.
Honorable members, noting the objection, the motion will be recorded in the order paper. Now let us move to the next motion. Order, honorable members, I recognize Honorable Mkondo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that this House notes that the DA was warned by National Department of Human Settlements to spend the grant or lose it. Since the inception of the USDG in 2011-12, they failed to spend over 2 billion in the March celebrated City of Cape Town. Now in June 2020 special adjustments, the City of Cape Town reduced its human settlements budget by 82.8 million, further reduced its transport by 815 million, including water and waste budget was reduced by over 200 million. Total reductions of capex in the city was 1.2 billion, and yet we painfully listen to the DA lamentations about more money they owed to them by national government. More money for what and to serve who? As clearly the writing is on the wall that they refuse to spend money for the poor and rather enjoy poor people being kept in abject poverty. It remains one of the prudent financial management principles that if you don't spend it, you lose it. It's sad for the citizens to be at the mercy of such an uncaring government. I so move.
Objection.
Object.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Order.
This government is not accountable.
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable member Kondo.
They run away from accountability.
Honorable members.
Good when you are running to be chair of the DA in the province.
Order, honorable members. If you so wish to remain here until midnight, be my guest.
Not good for MEC to do that.
Thank
He
you.
wants to lead the
Order, honorable members. I'm not going to say this again. Order. I now recognize the objection to the motion. I therefore, the motion will be recorded in the order paper. Now, honorable members, I recognize Honorable Mvimbi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I move a motion without notice that this House knows that 5 Golden Arrow buses were burned down over the weekend in Cape Town unrest, and therefore pleads with commuters and protesters to identify and report those criminals that are destroying poor people's transport to the police. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Mvimbi. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice? No. No objections. Motion agreed to. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Van Fochen. Honorable Van Fochen. All right. Honorable members, I now move to the next motion. Honorable Barnes. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the
Honorable Barnes,
ANC,
you may proceed.
thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, I move without notice that the House notes and welcomes the statement by Cricket SA that it will be considering reviewing the aspect of the 2015-2016 domestic T20 match fixing saga if evidence emerges that any of the 7 players who admitted guilt were caught or that investigation process was compromised. Further notes that the statement comes after one of the players, Tamit Tsolekile, came out to claim that there was racial discrimination in the investigation and that he was under duress when he accepted the ban. Notes further that Tsolekile, who is serving a 12-year-old ban from cricket for his role in fixing matches during the 2015 Ram Slam competition, named 2 other players, Vaughan van Jaarsveld and Robbie Freling, as being involved in match fixing, who had gone unpunished
appeals for an urgent review of the case, and calls for the urgent investigation into allegations of racism in sports. I so move.
Object.
Thank you, Honorable Barnes. Noting the objection, honorable members, the motion will be printed in the order paper.
Oh, I thought they would support.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. I now recognize Honorable Barnes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the African National Congress, I move without notice that the House notes and commends the beautiful work done by Mohammed and his team of the Karoo Outreach Project by providing weekly meals to the community of Hillside. Notes further that Sheikh Irafan Abrahams and his delegation from the Muslim Judicial Council, MJC, for supporting the initiative of helping the needy. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Barnes. Honorable members, are there any objections to the motion being read without notice?
No objections, Speaker.
No objections. Motion agreed to. Honorable members, I now recognize Honorable Makamba Poja.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters without notice that the House notes with sadness on the tragic passing of 9-year-old Leo Williams from Lane Village in the West Coast. Leo's death comes 2 weeks after he was shot in the head with a rubber bullet by the riot police whilst at home watching television and during the service delivery protest in the area. The brutal killing of this little boy by the Western Cape riot police is evidence of how poor people of color in previously disadvantaged communities are treated when fighting for their basic constitutional rights, such as access to land and housing. Under the DA-led provincial government in the Western Cape, the police are always ready to respond with deadly force to silence those who raise issues of land and housing. As the EFF would like to convey our heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Leo Williams, may his soul rest in peace. I so move. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Objection. Object, Speaker.
Object. Yeah, not to the motion, but to the part, because it's not under DA-led government.
Thank you, honorable members. All your objections have now been recorded. I now inform the House that the motion will be printed in the order paper. Honorable members, I now wish to give Honorable Kama an opportunity. Hear the problem with this motion, and he is requesting the Speaker to give him that opportunity. He's already listed as one of the speakers.
Speaker, thank you very much.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Honorable Kama, will you please take your seat? Honorable the Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I was under the impression that Honorable Kama informed the House that he was done.
That is up to the Honorable Kama to clarify his statement earlier in the House. Thank you, Honorable the Deputy Chief Whip. Honorable Kama, your statement earlier that you're done and the later request now to come again. What is that?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Indeed, the honorable member is correct, Speaker. I had said I'm done because when I checked my motions, I had misplaced one, which I later found. Hence, I made the request. But if the Speaker is of the view that I forfeited the opportunity, I am also fine with that, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kama. Honorable members, it was brought to my attention my earlier decision to proceed because of the request by the member that he is done. Based on that, we'll then move with the next speaker, and Honorable Kama's opportunity is forfeited. Now I move to Honorable Makamba Poja.
Honorable Speaker, you can pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Poja. Honorable members, that concludes the motions without notice. And that we now going to move to the order of the day. The secretary will read the order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Standing Committee on Education on an oversight visit to the Jakes Gerwel Technical High School conducted on 15 June 2019.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Honorable members, as there is no speakers list, I recognize the political parties if they so wish to make statements. It's an opportunity for declaration, and that will only be 3 minutes each. I recognize first the ANC.
Honorable Speaker, as the African National Congress, we support the report. And we hope that the contents thereof, conclusions made, actually sets the tone for more schools and more communities in the Western Cape to actually work together, as we've seen with this particular school. I thank you, Speaker. So we support the report.
Thank you, Honorable Said. Honorable members, I recognize the EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As a EFF, we support the report. However, the only concern that we have about the school is the composition of the school governing body as per the report of that we received in terms of the oversight. It is needed to be noted that this is a collaboration school, but the representation of parents and teachers in the SGP is shockingly low, taking into account that the schools will be expanding its learners and teachers going forward. This is the area that needs revision in order to get a balanced representation within the SGP. We hope that the composition of the SGP does not lead to the school being exclusionary in future when it comes to accommodating more people of color in the area. But we are in full support of the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kweko. Honorable members, I now recognize the Good Party. Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. We support the report.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. Honorable members, I recognize the ACDP. Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP support the report of the Standing Committee on Education on the oversight visit of Jakes Gerwel Technical High School conducted on the 15th of November 2019. We also note the key achievements, but also note the key challenges that they face. So, Speaker, we support the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable members, I recognize the FF Plus. Honorable Murray. All right. Honorable Murray. Thank you, honorable members. I now recognize Honorable Brenkes Al-Jamal.
Thank you, Speaker. The Al-Jamal supports the report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Brenkes. Honorable members, I now recognize the DA, Honorable Bota, the chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when the late Nelson Mandela dreamed about a rainbow nation, I believe he would have seen the picture how Jakes Gerwel Technical High School functions. Speaker, it has now been 2 years since the assent of the amendments to the Western Cape Schools Act, and in particular the introduction of the unique collaboration schools initiative. At a time of uncertainty, particularly in the education sector, a secondary effect of the pandemic, I would like to use this opportunity to share with the House the successes of this program by the Western Cape Education Department and the leadership it continues to show. Speaker, the Standing Committee on Education embarked on an oversight visit to the Jakes Gerwel Technical School as an example of the functioning collaborative approach, and I wish to share with this House the following. The Jakes Gerwel Technical School is the only no-fee technical school who provides services since 2018 to grades 8 and 9 and have extended its School of Skilled Services to grade 11 and 12 in their respective years during 2020. The school is said to be able to accommodate 512 learners at full capacity with proposed infrastructural developments and provides forward-thinking education in the focus areas of technical, agricultural, and vocational. Subjects also include technical science, agricultural management practices, computer application technology, engineering, graphics and design, computer studies, and agricultural technology. Speaker, the school provides learner transport and feeding scheme services, as well as extensive extracurricular activities, which really speaks to the broader need of inclusivity in educational practices. Inclusivity is further extended by the involvement of community members and parents, along with donors, under the approach and guidance from the department. The school's aim is a zero dropout rate and targets the self-worth of these learners outside of the mainstream. Speaker, this is leadership. This is the whole of society approach in action. I wish to extend my gratitude to the donors for seeing the vision of the WCED through providing quality teaching to every learner in every classroom. Speaker, despite the uncertainty regarding the remainder of the 2020 academic year, I trust that we will see even greater innovation and leadership from the provincial department to best serve the needs of learners. And when this pandemic comes to pass, I wish to see the program reach even greater heights. The DA supports this committee report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Porter. Honorable members, are there any objections to the report being adopted?
No objection.
No.
No objections. The report has been adopted unanimously. At this stage, honorable members, I wish to thank you all and appreciate the presence of the Honorable the Premier here in the chamber. Thank you, Honorable Premier, and the Honorable Bota, Honorable Maseko here for gracing me in the house, in the chamber. And obviously, honorable members, all of you in the virtual platform, thank you very much for your participation and cooperation. And the IT team, the table staff, thank you. And that concludes the business of the day. This sitting is adjourned.